The November 4th, 2021 regular meeting of the Hendersonville City Council. We begin our meetings with a silent invocation for people to pray or meditate as they choose, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you will rise, please. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
One more.
Oh my goodness.
Right, we have 1, 2, 3 people signed up for general public comment. When I call your name, if you will come forward and give your name and address for the clerk's record, and if you would please limit it to 3 to 4 minutes, please. First is Lynn Clark.
Thank you. Lynn Clark, 343 Yawn Hill Road, here in Hendersonville. I spoke last month, and I felt like there were some things brought up, and the teacher in me was like, I've got to go back and I've got to find out more so I can really investigate the questions that I felt like were some points that were brought up when I came and talked last month. One thing Mr. Smith asked me about, did I support Providence Walk? Mr. Miller made a comment, something about people need a place to live, and then somewhere a comment was made about that North Main is becoming a pressure point. And I was like, well, golly, I got to get out there, and I got to see more, and I got to understand more, because I go to work every day, and, you know, things get by me. So then I have been very blessed. I've gotten to know Tyler Morrow. I hope he feels the same way about me. And I have written him emails and talked to him a few times and met with him. And I just want to say he has been excellent to work with. He has been so transparent with me. Educational to me, informative, and tried to understand my questions, and I just can't thank him enough for how well he has worked with me. So I just want to say that up front. So I was like, okay, what's within a mile of my house? So each of you have this map here. Tyler helped me with this. And I just wanted to go through and real quick talk about what's going on within a mile of my house, because you know what? In my way of thinking, I live in a neighborhood, and I walk a mile or two at a time. Well, in a mile's difference, where am I going to be and what am I passing? So as I look at my map, and I put a little X there where Yawn Hill comes out on North Main so you can see what I'm looking at. And I've got a handout of pictures, got to have pictures. I'm a teacher, retired teacher, got to have those handouts. The very first thing I see when I come out to the end of Yawn Hill is a blind curve to my right. And I cannot see more than, just a few feet. And also I have noticed within the past few days, there's been a real estate sign put out on Queen Street advertising how it's going to be a good site for multifamily, townhome, residential development with rezoning and annexation. And I'm like, goodness, okay. So then I go on down the road, and I'm looking at, okay, the next picture on my handout there, I'm looking across Ocklawaha Village, Strict Garden Lane. And I look at, oh, you know what, I haven't really thought about. There's an apartment building. How did an apartment building end up in our neighborhood? It's kind of like the first time I've seen an apartment building. I know that development's been there, but I kind of was starting to question some of the things that were there.
If you can kind of wrap up,
okay,
please.
Well, and I just want to talk about as far as looking at the homes that are there and just looking at the question about residences. I went through and I added up the number of residences that we have coming in that are already existing or approved. There's like 585 if Providence Walk is approved. Then we're looking at 678, over 1,000 cars, traffic. And this is, as you look at this handout, you can see what our roads look like. And so we're just, North Main, I don't think enough has been studied about what's already been there in order to make a decision about how can we have more in that area. And I'm very concerned about the property next to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Phillips.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, and staff. Larry Phillips, 1102 Pine Brook Circle, Hendersonville, North Carolina. Let it be known that I am not representing any other organization in the efforts to save local historic landmark Boyd Park, as I have served as a volunteer on the Hendersonville Historic Preservation Commission as a citizen of this great city. All motions pertaining to Boyd Park destruction to build Hendersonville Fire Station 1 shall be deemed stricken pursuant to Chapter 160D, Local Planning and Development Regulation, Article 1, General Provisions, as Boyd Park is deemed to be a local historic landmark. I am petitioning this matter to be placed on the November Historic Preservation Commission agenda for the Commission to submit letter to the Council, as this landmark cannot be destroyed. Pursuant to regulation set forth in 160D 945, I am requesting the Commission take upon the discussion to submit Boyd Park to the National Historic Registry. Boyd Park is a part of our park system in our City of Hendersonville municipality. No parks, greenways, or green spaces shall be used for construction pursuant to for public recreations according to Article 18, 168, 135 through 357. Historic Preservation Commission has been placing plaques on all historic sites in the city. If council or staff cannot recognize historic places as designated plaques in Hendersonville being historic, then the signs on I-26 needs to come down. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all 1,600 petitioners that have signed our petition at boydpark.org.
Thank you. Eddie, is it Moser?
Yes.
Okay. Again, if you give your name and address for the clerk's record.
Eddie Moses, 343 Yawn Hill Road. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Just wanted to follow up on 2 or 3 things that's already been brought up. One is the road situation on North Main. I think we have failed miserably as the infrastructure to see that things like this are taken care of before developments take place. And all you got to do is go down the road a couple of times and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, the roads are very narrow. There is no shoulder. And the one sidewalk that goes down from Oklawaha Village, it's 5 feet wide. But when you walk on that sidewalk, you're still taking your life at risk. I mean, because the traffic is coming through there doing more than 35. And you've heard what they say about rubberneckers. They twist and turn their head, and next thing they're doing, they're running into you. So I've talked to people, and they're even afraid to walk down the sidewalk. So it would be nice to have a guardrail or something like that put up that would help. The visibility from Yawn Hill Road is also is a disaster waiting to happen. If you pull up to Yawn Hill and look to your right, you've got about 300 feet of visibility. And if you look to your left to turn, then you've only got about 400 feet. So I don't know what can be done. Obviously, it would be nice to widen the roads, put good sidewalks in, and that would help a bunch. Another issue is the traffic. Not only cars, but if you went up there and just sat for a few minutes, any of you, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, you'd see dump trucks coming through there flying. And as a matter of fact, coming in this while ago, I was coming right past the auto place where they work on the cars. There was a large black dump truck, and I've noticed there's several of those lately. that guy was way over on my side. I mean, it's I don't know, it's crazy. Not only the large trucks, but you've got traffic coming from the Southern Concrete Materials. You've got from the Vulcan Rock Plant, and also the Tar Heel Paving. So these are all coming down North Main, most of them. Let's see. Another issue on the roads is the Berkeley Road, which I know a while back the DOT talked about widening it. I don't know what's in the works, but right now you can see all kinds of heavy traffic, like the atomic trucks that haul the refuse from the landfill. They come through there. Now the EMT guys have to use it because they've got their facility out there. So it would really be nice that Berkeley could get widened.
Can you finish up soon?
Okay, finish up. Okay, the bottom line is I feel like that we need to look at the infrastructure first and then move on before we do anything else, because we got a bigger issue coming up on North Main, as y'all know.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. And I missed someone who signed up for both general comment and public hearing, Lynn Williams.
Hello, hi, thank you for your time. It's nice to see you all. I second Mr. Phillips in creating Boyd Park as a historic landmark. I completely agree with that, and I hope that we can find a solution that includes both the historic Boyd Park and everything that the fire department needs in the plans. I'm here to speak about Boyd Park. Boyd Park is an 81-year-old historic public park and landmark. Demolishing a public park and relocating it to another public park is a net loss of one public park. Reading through the minutes from 1936, from the 70s, from 93, you've got 80 years of council agreements that Boyd Park is meant to be a public park. I'm reading from a resolution here, whereas the 1.59 tract of necessary and whereas the 1.59 acre tract is necessary and desirable for public recreational purposes and facilities and is already greatly improved and equipped for such purposes. If you reference the green space plan that was co-authored or overseen by Mayor Volk, Councilmember Smith, and the late Steve Carricker, it talks about Boyd Park, it talks about the improvements, and most of those improvements were just completed within the last 5 years, including the ADA ramp and the new lighting. So there's much history about Bert Boyd. Kermit Edney wrote about Bert Boyd. He was a very prominent man who donated money for the park and who the city then returned the favor and named the park after him. I have some pictures here if anyone would like to see what the historic park looked like with all the trees and recreational use. So I am thankful to the council for providing a meeting where I was able to meet with the city manager and an architect and discuss some potential solutions for saving Boyd Park. And there's a lot to say on that, and I hope that we can form a committee that includes the Historic Preservation Commission, that includes the Historic Genealogical Museum downtown, that includes the last Park and Recs employee, Director Carl Hill, potentially if he's interested, and come up with the solution so we can save the park. One design solution that we came up with, a friend of mine who's an architect who graduated from Tulane, is the secondary parking lot there to actually utilize the off-site parking along the perimeter and reserve that parking for the officers. And there's up to 20 spots available, and maybe even utilize the slip lane that currently, well, I can show you the design. I'm going to send it to you all to take a look at. just a consideration. And if we're able to move that secondary lot, it would make space for an ADA Laura E. Korn facility, and hopefully it would work with the Historic Preservation Commission, and that's my thoughts on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone online seeking recognition to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Franco Carrasco, you've been unmuted.
Okay. Again, if you would give your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
Hi, my name is Franco Carrasco. I live in 229 Street Garden Lane. I wanted to talk in regards of Providence Walk. My family and my neighbors request that the right-of-way on our street remain as it is, without any connection to Providence Walk. We have a signed petition to that effect with Travis Fowler. As a matter of fact, my son should be in the room with you guys, in case you guys need a copy of that petition. We hope that you will consider our request in your decision tonight. All we want is our street to remain safe, a safe place for our families and the children who live here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So that is all of our general public comments. There were several others, but they all relate to one of our public hearings. Okay, consideration of the agenda. We do have one change to the agenda I'm aware of. Providence Walk is not a public hearing. That public hearing was closed last month, so that will move to unfinished business, which we will cover right before we go into new business. Is there anything else anyone would like to have added to the agenda? Or if not, a motion to approve the agenda.
Madam Mayor, I move City Council approve the agenda as presented.
Okay, thank you.
As amended, sorry, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Is there any discussion? Not, those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye. Aye. As opposed, say no. Ayes have it, and we do have our agenda. Consent agenda, is there anything anyone would like moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda so it can be discussed? Or if not, a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council approve the consent agenda this time as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the items on the consent agenda say aye. Aye. As opposed, say no. Ayes have it. Great. Now we get to our presentations, and we have quite a few. Yes. All right. Come around. Okay, first of all, we have Homeless Youth Awareness Month. You want to come on up here? All right. Good seeing you. This is for Homeless Youth Awareness Month. Whereas the month of November is designated as National Homeless Youth Awareness Month, as declared by the U.S. House and Senate in 2007, and serves as an outlet to increase public awareness of an ongoing issue occurring in every city across the United States. And whereas the nation's public schools report between 1.3 and 1.7 million homeless students, grades pre-K through 12th grade. And whereas we realize that when adolescents become homeless, being separated from their caregivers and homes for various reasons, which often places them in precarious situations, that school is often the most safe and stable environment for these youths. And whereas we recognize in Henderson County that roughly 2.5% of our youth are identified as homeless. And whereas Only Hope WNC Incorporated is a local nonprofit whose mission is to promote the value of education, honor individuality and diversity, nurture respect for self and others, and provide hope for young people in need in the community. And whereas an effort is being made by the board members of Only Hope WNC by hosting its 10th annual Sleep Out on November 5th to November 6th at the historic courthouse on Main Street in downtown Hendersonville in an effort to draw attention and support for youth homelessness in Henderson County. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Hendersonville does hereby proclaim the month of November 2021 as Homeless Youth Awareness Month in the City of Hendersonville and applaud the efforts of those who serve and help fight youth homelessness in Henderson County. There you go. Michael, do you want to say a few words?
I just want to shout out to the city council and the county commissioners and the school board, always trying to support all of our youth in our community. It takes the community to take care of everybody. And I do applaud them every year, allowing us to do the sleep out. So come on out, even though it's cold. I'm already trying to get used to being cold. So come on out.
Thank you. All right, the next is Indigenous Peoples Month. And someone. Hi there. Thank you for coming for this. Okay. Whereas American Indians who have inhabited this continent since long before their first contact with English settlers shared their knowledge of the land and its resources and have continued to play a vital role in the development of our local communities, the state of North Carolina, and the nation. And whereas North Carolina is home to more than 122,000 American Indians and has 8 historic tribes: Cohari, Eastern Band of Cherokee, Haliwa Saponi, sorry if I'm not pronouncing all of these correctly, Lumbee, Meherrin, Occaneechi Band of the Saponi, and Waccamaw Siouan. In accordance with Chapter 1E of the North Carolina General Statutes and North Carolina General Statute 71A3 to 7.2. These tribes are legally recognized by the state of North Carolina. And whereas the North Carolina Commission of Indian Affairs was created in 1971 by the North Carolina General Assembly to advocate for local, regional, and national American Indian concerns. And whereas our state has enjoyed a positive relationship with the indigenous peoples of North Carolina and continues to grow in our shared progress, we honor and respect the heritage and the many cultural and economic contributions of our American Indian tribes and people. And whereas, despite this relationship, there are disparities in the fair treatment of our Native American tribes and insufficient acknowledgement of the historic destruction of our indigenous culture. In an effort to provide a more accurate record of the United States history, representatives from 120 indigenous nations at the First Continental Conference on 500 Years of Indian Resistance unanimously passed a resolution to transform Columbus Day into an occasion to recognize the contributions and plight of Indigenous Americans. And whereas the idea of Indigenous Peoples Day was first proposed in 1977 by the International Conference on Discrimination Against the Indigenous Population in the Americas, a delegation sponsored by First Nations leaders to the United Nations. And whereas the state of North Carolina encourages all people to acknowledge the historic sacrifices of Indigenous peoples and recognize their contributions to the emergence and development of our state, the nation, the free world, and the global economy. Now, therefore, I, Barbara Volk, Mayor of the City of Hendersonville, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Month in the City of Hendersonville and commend its observance to all citizens.
I'm Tanya Marthaler, and my family and I are in Lumbee from Robeson County in North Carolina. We also have a nonprofit that works with Native American youth in Lumbee, with the Lumbee tribe, as well as Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota. And on behalf of our tribe and all the other tribes across this land, I appreciate this recognition. as you mentioned, there are disparities, but there are also warriors among us, and thank you for acknowledging that.
Thank you for coming. Jeff, you need to come up here and be part of this.
So as Councilman Miller comes up, I'll ask Andrew and Jonathan to please step forward. You're not going to be able to sit in the back there, guys. So, and Lee, as department head, join them, please. So these two gentlemen are representing a much larger group of our unsung heroes in our organization. They are our water and sewer operational crews, and they do a great job, and many of us don't even realize what they're doing because we continually have water and sewer, right? And you don't even notice it that when there's a problem out there. So Councilman Miller asked us to recognize our crews after it was brought to his attention after the recent Hurricane Fred that, during the storm when we're all inside where it's safe and warm and dry, that these gentlemen and their crews are out at our sewer pump stations, in the road, putting up barricades. When we lose power, they are putting in portable pumps to pump around the pump stations to make sure we all can continue to flush our toilets, wash clothes, take showers, also to protect our infrastructure. It's a lot of things that we don't see that they do to keep our system running at a very high level. So we want to make sure we recognize them tonight for the job that they do. As you can see, they have to get dirty occasionally, but that is what makes our we love it. That's what makes our system work so well. We were talking to Dwayne Jones. I had lunch with Dwayne today, and who is also one of the unsung heroes as it relates to keeping our pump stations, all of our pump stations, water and wastewater. And he was talking today at lunch about how even he's surprised at how well our system works, even though they work, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, they're on call and they handle it. So it's very impressive of what they do and how, knock on wood, how less often we have outages in our system, and the public continues to have that clean water at your homes and providing the system. So we want to recognize our utility crews tonight. We actually tried to do this last meeting, but it was raining. They were in Mud Creek, I think, trying to keep the manhole from going underwater. So want to thank them for what they do. So I'm going to ask the mayor to read the certificate that we had for their entire crews.
Okay, I'm not going to read all the certificates because they read pretty much the same. So this is the City of Hendersonville City Council takes pleasure in presenting this certificate of commendation to Andrew Jones for distinguishing himself through dedicated selfless service, ensuring that the City of Hendersonville and Water and Sewer Department was sustained at the highest strength possible during recent severe weather events. He provided timely, highly efficient customer service and enthusiastically led the department in continuing to be a viable asset to our mission. Mr. Jones' performance is in keeping with the highest standards and reflects distinct credit upon himself, the Water and Sewer Department, and the City of Hendersonville. And the rest of them, we will hand over.
Always rather the mayor do it.
Okay.
Appreciate you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And so, also, I would ask all our MVPs if they would just kind of come up here and line up. So I want the public to see our MVPs. So all our MVPs that are in the room tonight, come on up here. Brad, Dwayne, Larry, Jonathan, Brandon. Daddy look, Courtney. Hey, the rose among thorns. How about that? So, ladies and gentlemen, these are our MVPs for this quarter. Those are our obviously most valuable players. We have a service excellence program that was developed by our organization to recognize our employees and also to remind us that good customer service is critical and it's very important. And that's external customer service as well as internal customer service. So we try to recognize our employees quarterly. They get nominated by their peers. And each quarter we evaluate the nominations, and a select few are chosen to be our MVP for the quarter, and then ultimately they're in line for a potential award at the end of each year for our MVP of the year. So I'll start with Courtney. If you and Brandon will step forward, please. Courtney and Brandon are part of our wellness committee, and they needed to make a presentation to the city council, which is not written in their job description, but they chose to do it. And the presentation was on new insurance requirements. When the committee members were asked, Courtney and Brandon volunteered and did a marvelous job. Courtney is a third shift employee at our water treatment plant, and Brandon is a construction inspector for the engineering department. The presentation was regarding how we can continue to improve wellness in our organization to reduce insurance costs, which are paid for by our taxpayers and our utility customers. So Courtney and Brandon, as part of the Wellness Committee, presented that, and so we want to thank them for being part of the team and stepping up when they didn't have to, and going above and beyond the call of duty. So Courtney and Brandon, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to do this one? Okay, I'm going to ask Councilmember Smith to read this one.
Just for Larry Reeves, take a step forward, Larry. There you go. On the first night of the new 16 and under Henderson County Baseball Summer League, with 7 teams representing all 4 high schools as well as homeschoolers, the lights at Berkeley Park mysteriously went out 5 minutes after being turned on, and I mean completely out. The teams kept playing, but it was clear that it was going to get too dark to play before the game ended. Larry was contacted and went into action and contacted Duke Energy. He left his home and came to Berkeley. He waited 20 minutes for the Duke repairman to arrive. This was around 8:15. He then stayed with the repairman as they corrected the problem, got the lights back on, and allowed the game to continue. Furthermore, Larry worked with Duke Energy to come back another day to figure out what the problem was. Larry was instrumental in helping this new league get off to a great start. Thank you, Larry.
Okay, so now we have Dwayne Jones, Austin Jones, Brad Duncan, and Tim Lauder. So these gentlemen, as I have mentioned, are part of our utility department, and they focus mainly on our utility system, our pump stations, those kind of things. One thing that's not in their job description, Larry Reeves, is to maintain Patton Pool, which, even though it has water in it, is not assigned to the Water and Sewer Department. It's assigned to the Public Works Department. However, the Patton Pool, which is used by the community, was shut down for an issue with the pump. Our water and sewer crews sprang into action to assist Public Works. They stepped in and worked on the issue. That is not part of their typical duties. Because of their quick work, the pool was shut down for less than 24 hours, and our partnership with the YMCA, YMCA could resume with their pool activities. Great work in exhibiting the one team, one goal work ethic. We talk a lot about breaking down silos and working together, and this is just a great example of Dwayne and his team, how they serve our community. And I just want to say how much I appreciate their effort in service excellence. So Dwayne and Austin and Brad and Tim are MVPs for this quarter. Thank you.
There we go. There is yours. And think that was, there we go. Got the right one. That is the one with the name on it. And those are the other two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And then finally, under our presentations, we have a resolution accepting a donation for the Clear Creek Greenway.
I'll ask Brandon Shanahan to please come forward.
Good evening. We have an opportunity this evening to acknowledge a partnership with in our community to advance the public park system. I've worked on greenways and for enough in this community to hear back from our residents how much they appreciate our greenways systems, and this evening we get to recognize Carolina Village, who has been a significant partner with us for an upcoming greenway project as Clear Creek Greenway, and as part of their contributions, they've offered to support our project with a cash donation in the amount of $250,000, as well as a donation of an easement through their property. And I believe, is Kevin Perry's of it?
It's right there.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate your representing Carolina Village and your partnership with us in this effort.
Okay.
So,
shall I read the?
Madam Mayor, we do have a resolution accepting the donation that the City Council will approve. So,
All right.
I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Someone like to make this motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt the resolution authorizing the acceptance of the Carolina Village donation for the Clear Creek Greenway as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
As opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and we thank you. Do you want to say something?
It's a great partnership that Carolina Village and the city has worked together several times in regards to trying to get the Greenway, and we're looking forward to it. I know our residents look forward to it, but also the greater community of Hendersonville. So it's something to look forward to in these times that are always difficult with COVID and everything else going on in the world. So it's a great partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we are extremely grateful
Yeah.
for being able to work with you on this.
Yeah.
And I look forward to it, too. It means I can walk further.
That's right. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have a proposed Eagle Scout project. Elijah Bandy and Mr. Hoffman. Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of council, it's good to see you this evening. Tonight I have with me Mr. Elijah Bandy, who has graciously approached the city to pursue hopefully his Eagle Scout project. And I hope by now all of you are familiar with our trash trout located on Mud Creek down near the wastewater treatment plant. Mr. Bandy would like to propose to add to that program with what is called a Trash Trout Junior. So I'll let Mr. Bandy take over and explain some more about his project and about the Trash Trout Junior.
Okay.
So
So, as he said, my name is Elijah Bandy. I'm a Boy Scout with Troop 601, working on my Eagle Scout project, which is to install a trash trout in a tributary of Mud Creek. So a trash trout is a device that essentially collects trash while still allowing creatures like fish to pass through and keep the water clean. There's been 10 similar devices installed throughout WNC that have collected a cumulative 7,000 pounds of trash. So this is important to install this specific trash trout because it stops the trash at the tributary before it gets to Mud Creek and larger bodies of water in the urban area where there's going to be single-use plastics and styrofoam. And along with the trash trout, we are going to try to install drain markers to indicate where the stream is and educational signs on the riverbank to tell people about the trash trout and how it works. So some concerns with it would be something like flooding. The trash trout doesn't causes virtually no flooding because it floats on top of the water. So when it rains and the water rises, it floats with it, causing, again, virtually no flooding. And in terms of maintenance and upkeep, my troop is planning on adopting the trash trout and periodically working with the Stormwater department and collecting the trash and cleaning it. That's all I have, if you have any questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
When's the work day? Have you scheduled the work day?
We have not scheduled the work day yet.
All right. Well, we've had a number of potential Eagle Scouts come to us with projects. We're always happy to work with you on this sort of thing. But we do need a motion to approve this.
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council approve the installation of a new Trash Trout Junior device for the cost of $3,500 as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not? Those in favor of approving the installation say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Get to work. And
I'm just going to stay up here.
Yep, because now we're going to hear about Ncdeq MS4 Stormwater Program Audit Results.
Yes, so as you all are well aware, I think by now, we have a permit from the state of North Carolina to discharge stormwater into water bodies within the city, which include Mud Creek, Wash Creek, Britton Creek. And as part of that program, which is administered by the state of North Carolina, they audit our program on a revolving basis. And we got audited in May, so I'm just here to present the results of that audit and kind of talk about what the audit program process is and then what our next steps would be. So please feel free to ask any questions throughout the presentation. So a brief overview, I'll talk to you all about the stormwater audit program itself, our results, what our next steps are, and then address any questions. So Ncdeq, Department of Environmental Quality, issues stormwater permits to municipalities on behalf of the EPA. That program was started under the Clean Water Act in 1972, and specifically the program we're a part of is the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is a part of the Clean Water Act. And there are three separate parts of that program. There's industrial, construction, and then municipal. So we fall under the municipal. And MS4 stands for a Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. And what that means is that our stormwater system is not connected to our sanitary sewer system. So in some cities, the systems are connected. That leads to a lot of different problems. Fortunately, ours is not connected. But that also creates a point of discharge where polluted stormwater runoff can enter into water bodies in the community. So in North Carolina, there's 122 permitted entities. That includes Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1 started in the late 90s and mainly focused on large municipalities with populations greater than 100,000. And then Phase 2, which is what our community is, were permits that are required within jurisdiction of urbanized areas. So we are within the Asheville metropolitan urbanizing area, and the designation is based on census results. So we became designated in the early 2000s, and so just a brief description, an urbanizing area is considered a densely settled core of census tracts and or census blocks that have a population of at least 50,000. So obviously the city itself doesn't have that population, but we are within that core tract. So there we are in the red circle area. Asheville's above us. Here we are. And this map just shows permitted areas in the state of North Carolina. As you can see, they're primarily focused around large municipal centers like Charlotte, Winston-Salem, Greensboro, Raleigh, and Wilmington, and then some adjoining counties. So we're over here in the western part of the state. Some other communities that have MS4 permits include places like Laurel Park, Woodfin, Weaverville, Asheville, Waynesville, Clyde, Canton, some of those other communities. So the program audits. So North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality began auditing their permittees in 2018, and the permit is on a 5-year cycle. So that audit is required by EPA to ensure that all of the permittees are maintaining compliance with their permit. And it's basically a structured review of our stormwater management program and evaluates whether the city as a whole is meeting the requirements that are specified in our stormwater permit and in our stormwater management plan, which is a living document that the city has that details all of the different activities that we do on an annual basis to maintain compliance with our stormwater permit. So what is audited? The program administration, and then our 6 minimum control measures, which hopefully you all are familiar with by now. So that involves public education, outreach, and involvement. So educating the public about stormwater, the problems associated with stormwater, and involving them in the program, whether that's through stream cleanups or drain marking programs or our trash trout program. Construction and post-construction runoff controls, which is making sure that construction sites and then finished developments, which we hear a lot about, are meeting their stormwater requirements for managing and treating stormwater runoff. And then the pollution prevention and good housekeeping for all of our municipal operations. So making sure that our city garage is doing everything they need to so that polluted runoff's not being generated from that site. All city facilities, including roadways and parking lots, that we're upkeeping those facilities so that pollutants are not being generated from those and discharged into our waterways. So the audit process, before the audit occurs, they notify us, they give us 30 days notice. They request a lot of documentation like stormwater management plan, operation and maintenance plans, our annual reports, maps of our system, any formal agreements that we have in place. During the audit, they send an auditor from the state. They interview the staff and then also review all the documentation that we have pertaining to our program. They visit our MS4 industrial permitted facilities. We only currently have one. The city garage has its own separate industrial permit. And then the wastewater treatment plant is in the process of getting a permit. Somehow that one slipped through the cracks for the last 20 years, but the state's working with me on getting that one permitted. And then we visit outfalls and permitted stormwater control measures around the city. And after the report, or after the audit, you wait for a certain period of time, typically 60 days, and they send you your audit report back with a notice, and you can either get a notice of compliance, a notice of deficiency, or notice of violation. So currently they are in the fourth year of their 5-year audit process. So the compliance so far, there have been about 19 communities that received a notice of compliance, 16 that received a notice of deficiency, 44 have received a notice of violation. There are 2 that are pending, and then those last 6, that's notice of recommended enforcement, and that only happens if you don't respond to the state regarding your audit results. So common deficiencies that are being found are just a lack of required documentation at the municipal level, insufficient mapping of the stormwater system, reactive rather than proactive illicit discharge program. So illicit discharge are a big point of pollution or potential source of pollution into the MS4. And so having a program that's actively going out and trying to find these connections and find places where pollution's getting into the system. And then poor housekeeping at municipal facilities. So like I said, we were audited on May 19th and 20th and finally received our audit report back on October 15th. We did receive one comment, and that comment was that our stormwater management plan that was presented during the audit was a draft stormwater management plan, but the reason for that is that we were currently working on updating our stormwater management plan with the state, and so that was the draft that was presented at the audit. We had previous ones from previous years. So the results are that we got a notice of compliance from the state, which is nice. So they are happy with our program and how it's being run. And so the next steps are that we will develop a new stormwater management plan so the state has issued, previously the stormwater management plan world was kind of a wild west of water quality, attempts at a management plan. Anybody could make a management plan, so the state has issued a template that they want everybody, all their permittees to use to make their stormwater management plan, and that's part of this audit process. So we will be developing our stormwater management plan with the state, and that plan is a 5-year roadmap of how we are going to maintain compliance with our permit. We define what a compliant 5-year program is with the state. We will draft that stormwater management plan and permit, and that will be sent out for public comment for 45 days. And then once we've received the public comment, we will work with DMLR, which is a section of the DEQ, Division of Energy, Mining, and Land Resources. And we will finalize the stormwater management plan, have a new 5-year permit, and we'll start the cycle all over again. So maintaining compliance, so what will we be doing in developing this smart stormwater management plan? We're going to identify, to basically take our existing stormwater management plan, update it, improve it, and identify more stringent's not the word, but more definable reporting metrics. So how many storm drain markers did we put out? How many pounds of trash did we collect? Things like that. How are we going to measure the success of our program? Then we will establish specific timelines. So is this going to be something that happens annually, once in a permit cycle, which is 5 years? We'll address any identified deficiencies. So the deficiency was that we had a draft stormwater management plan, so we will develop a stormwater management plan, and then we will continually self-assess annually to look at what's working, what we can improve on, and how we can improve water quality and stormwater management within the city of Hendersonville. So with that, I will take any questions. Yes, sir.
How does the, for lack of a better term, the stormwater fund that we have been putting money into, how does that help with this process, or does it help with this process?
That's a great question, and is very helpful in implementing a compliant stormwater management program. So actually the first question on the audit is, does the permittee have a reliable funding source to support compliance with a stormwater management permit? So we were able to answer yes to that question because we've been working very hard to establish that reliable funding source. So it's allowed us to bring an additional staff member, and they help out with a lot of the program implementation, doing inspections, doing illicit discharge, doing education and outreach. And as the city continues to grow and we get more and more proposed developments, there's more stormwater control measures that are being installed, more stormwater plans that need to be reviewed, more stormwater that needs to be managed. So all of that dedicated funding helps us do our job as best as possible.
And for the public in the room and online, that is the $5 stormwater fee that
Correct.
you see on your utility bill. So
Yes.
if you ever wanted to know where does that money go, it goes right into this program, and it's what Mike manages day in and day out.
And I will say, so in Western North Carolina, as far as I know, we are the only community that has received a notice of compliance. And we are one of 2 communities that has a stormwater utility. So, but
I do have another question, which is,
Yes,
you have to finish the first plan, and then write the next plan. That's basically what they told you to do.
Well, it was a kind of a miscommunication between the auditor and myself. John was there, Brent was there, there were no comments at the end of the actual audit. He said, this is a great program, and then I think in reviewing his documentation later, kind of realized that I had given him a draft. So what I had done is taken our stormwater management plan, already converted it to the state's template, and provided that at the audit. So we have less work to do to get to that template now.
It's a little bit of bureaucracy there.
Yeah, a little bit of red tape, but
you dealing
always
with
the
that.
case working with.
I said this right after the audit. I have to give Mike credit. The reviewer did say it was one of the most organized, best prepared audits that he had done up until that point, and he'd done a lot. So I had to commend Mike for his organization and his effort on that program. So it does a really good job, and we're lucky to have him.
Thank you, John. I do have to say to this council, your support of the program means everything. We wouldn't be here without it. Jeff, I'm really going to miss you. Jerry, everybody, Jennifer, Lindsay, Madam Mayor Volk, it's been really a pleasure to work with all of you. Since I've been here 5 years now, one permit cycle, developing this program. So thank you for your support. All right.
All right.
Thank you. Again.
Man, I thought he was getting ready to tell us he was leaving. I was about ready to get on him like a spider monkey.
Please put that in the minutes.
All right. Yeah. Well, good news on that one. First of our two public hearings is the one that is labeled B, rezoning conditional zoning district World of Clothing mini warehouses.
Is that next on the agenda? Or is
Yeah, we're doing World of Clothing.
Yeah.
We're doing World.
first?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Matt will do World of Clothing, Half Moon, and then Private Swap.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. The city is in receipt of an application for conditional rezoning from Daniel Rinkins of Canvas Capital LLC and Dreams Dominion Incorporated. So you are probably familiar with the site. This is the existing World of Clothing building. The existing zoning for the site is C3 Highway Business. The applicant is requesting to be rezoned to C3 CZD, which is Highway Business Conditional Zoning District. This project required a conditional rezoning due to the project's existing development and additions exceeding 10% of the total project size. If the project's addition did not exceed the 10% threshold, then the applicant could have went and petitioned the Board of Adjustment for a special use permit and would not have had to rezone the entire property. Since as you can see, the total acreage of the site is 8.24 acres. The applicant is requesting mini warehouses and all permitted uses in C3 to be tied to this conditional zoning district. Since the property is already zoned C3, the applicant is requesting to retain all the C3 uses that are already permitted on the site, in addition to mini warehouses, which is a special use within that district as well. So the project details, so they're proposing a maximum of 1,200 interior units for this development. Like all other conditional zoning districts, the neighborhood compatibility meeting was held for this project on September 1st, 2021. It was held in this room. Some of the topics covered was ownership of the property, types of storage units, and then also, is there a need for another storage facility in Hendersonville? That was one of the topics discussed. I will note that this meeting was very lightly attended by citizens. The current zoning of the site, the subject property the current zoning is C3, as you can see on the left. The proposed zoning C3, CZD, so you will not see too much of a change in the zoning between the two maps. But the subject property is surrounded by commercial uses and zoning districts. The most predominant zoning district in this area is C3 highway business, and the most predominant use in this area is hospitality. Another distinguishing factor about this project to consider is that it abuts I-26. The subject property is highly visible from the interstate, and any development on this site will be a key focus for anyone getting off that I-26 exit. Future land use. Subject property is designated as Regional Activity Center. As you can see, all the surrounding area is also Regional Activity Center. This is one of our highest commercial, this actually is our highest commercial designation in our future land use map. The highest industrial type of designation that you can see kind of down on the bottom right is business center. There's also some high intensity neighborhood in the area as well. So as I mentioned, it's Regional Activity Center. What is Regional Activity Center? The goal of this designation is to meet the large-scale retail needs of Hendersonville residents while encouraging mixed-use, walkable design through redevelopment and infill projects. I will mention that a goal or a strategy in our comprehensive plan is to encourage infill development and redevelopment areas planned for high-intensity development as indicated by the priority infill areas. As I mentioned, this is a priority infill area and it's also deemed Regional Activity Center, so it kind of checks those two boxes for high intensity development in this classification. These are some existing photos of what the site looks like today. I'm sure most everybody's familiar with the site. The picture in the top left corner is just looking straight towards the World of Clothing building. Top middle is kind of on the southern boundary of the property looking towards the northern end of the property, and the top right is the northern corner of the building from the front. The bottom left picture is a building that kind of gets overlooked, but it's also on the parcel. It is an office building that's 135 Sugarloaf. It is included in this rezoning, so anything it will be tied basically to the uses for the site. The bottom middle is a vacant property that is also included in this rezoning. However, no development is being proposed for that area. So I'm going to go into what is proposed for that area, or what could be proposed for that area in the future when I go through the site plan. But just take a notice of that vacant field. And on bottom right is what used to be Old Chimney Rock Road or Old US 64. It's since been abandoned by Ncdeq, but it is an alley, considered a street or alley, that now accesses the northern portion of the World Clothing building. Here is the site plan of the World Clothing building, or the World Clothing mini storage conversion. So the World Clothing building itself is 100,936 square feet. The office on the front end, on the front of the property, has a footprint of 5,249 square feet. The applicant is proposing 4 new canopy structures, which will add a total of 48,200 square feet to the site. The total square footage of the site when it's completed will be 154,385 square feet. Like I mentioned earlier, there's proposed 1,200 interior units maximum for this site, and the exterior canopy storage will provide 73 storage slots basically for RVs and boats. The development meets the 10% required open space for the site. The applicant is not proposing to remove any mature trees that are currently on the site. The zoning ordinance requires that they have 61 spaces, parking spaces. They are providing 64. The vacant piece of property that I was mentioning on the northeast portion of the property down here, the applicant is not using this area for open space, parking, access. The applicant wants to leave this area unattached to the requirements of the unattached to the dimensional requirements of the development, so that it could potentially be redeveloped in the future. So this area is not counting towards open space, parking, anything like that. So if in the future they want to redevelop it, it's not tied to this overall like dimensional requirements of the overarching World of Clothing building. However, since it is tied into the CZD, if they were to add a building to this development, it would have to come back before you as part of the CZD process. The proposed site plan was reviewed by our Development Review Committee. The proposed site plan is generally compliant with the zoning code. The proposed use/site plan is not inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So staff had no recommended conditions for this development. Tree Board did make one recommended condition at their meeting in September, which was to require a type B buffer along the rear property line adjacent to I-26 right-of-way, preferably evergreen trees selected from the recommended species list. Planning Board also took this matter up at their October meeting, and they agreed with the Planning Board's recommendation. They also or the Tree Board's recommendation, they included that in their motion, as you can see, as number 1. They also added, the developer shall provide a photometric plan with 0 foot candles at the property line, therefore no light will bleed off the property. That was in alignment with dark sky requirements, or dark sky recommendation really. And the developer also proposed a condition, which is to maintain the existing dimensional conditions in the parking lot at 135 Sugarloaf Road. And Planning Board recommended that as well. So all 3 of those are recommended. I will note that 1 and 2 have not been agreed upon by the developer. He has counters to those conditions that he will mention during his presentation, so I won't get into those too much. But he does have counters to those 2 conditions by Planning Board. And this is just a zoom in of what the current conditions are on the 135 Sugarloaf that we're talking about, the actual physical conditions of the site or the parking lot. So this is the parking lot in question. And I'm open to any questions you all may have.
Any questions? Yeah.
I don't recall ever doing a CZD where we also had all permitted uses. Have we ever done one like that before? That you recall since you've been here?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so what is the practical meaning of this then? Because normally it's like, we permit it and you can do this. What is this extra part about all permitted C3 uses? What does that mean?
So the site's currently zoned C3, so technically all these uses are permitted right now. So I think from a practical standpoint, going forward, if anything were to happen, they're already permitted, the uses they're already allowed going into the future, because let's say we only say mini warehouses are allowed and they happen to want to do a restaurant, which is allowed in C3, they would have to go back through the entire CZD process to add that one use to their conditional zoning district. So it's a lot of staff time, a lot of developer time to add a single use. It requires 3 meetings, and their idea was that to go ahead and just add the uses that are already allowed, plus the other use that they wanted to use on the site currently, just to cut down possibly future meetings or future discussion.
All right, one follow-up to that then.
Yes, sir.
If they propose some type of new building that was 50,000 feet or more, square feet, that would still come before city council, would it not?
Yes, sir, and I don't think the building itself would even have to exceed 50,000 square feet, just because there is a conditional zoning district on the site. If they add a new building.
Madam Mayor, may I address that? In my opinion, all of these uses are already allowed currently, just subject to site plan review. The only thing that requires them to be a CZD, this one, is because it's more than 50,000 square feet. In my opinion, this would allow all of these uses without any of them coming back before you, even if they were 50,000 square feet or more, because they would have received a CZD for all of these uses, which would allow 50,000 square feet. So in my opinion, that opens it up to allow them to just do site plan review for any of these uses, no matter how large.
Glad I asked that question.
I was going to bring it up, just because I want, and it's certainly within your, authority to do that. I just wanted you to be aware of what you'd be approving if you approved it.
So if we only approved mini warehouses, what we have before us, they can go forward and do it, right?
I believe so. I don't know if they had an office aspect to that as well, but I think the main use is mini warehouses.
I mean, I think that if there were some smaller more accessory type commercial uses, you could specify some additional, like a restaurant under 10,000 square feet or whatever to limit it a little bit more. But right now, as it's written, it's
So it's your interpretation
Wild
that
West.
we are open, then they can do whatever they want to NC on those 8 point whatever acres in C3 as large as they want to do it.
Yes, sir, because they will have received, under the terms of the ordinance, they will have received a CZD for that use, subject to only site plan review.
Yeah, but as large would have to meet other dimensional requirements.
It would have to.
As far as
Sure.
setbacks, building code, all that kind
Sure,
of stuff. So.
Sure, but it wouldn't come back to city council.
Okay, Ellen Luce walking up.
So, I want to make sure that I'm on the same page. So if they were to tear the site down and rebuild a 50,000, your interpretation is that would not trigger CZD,
Or it's already got a CZD.
but it would be an alteration to the site plan. Which
As
would be considered major.
drafted, it just says development has to occur in accordance with final site plan requirements. So they would have to get site plan review, just like they would now. Right now, if it's under 50,000, all it takes is site plan review for all of these uses, correct? So.
Right.
Yes, so I think that's what that's going to do, is shift that over. That may not have been the intent, but I think that's the effect.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
That was my one question.
Okay. Is there any other questions?
Anything else? Okay.
Thank y'all.
You. Would the developer like to make a presentation?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thank you, Tyler, for your presentation. Do I have my... My name is Daniel Rinkins. I'm with Canvas Capital, the applicant, 2303 West Moorhead Street, Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm here with my colleague, John Goodale. Thank you all for your time this evening. I'll go through a brief presentation and happy to continue the discussion of what you guys were just talking about. This is just a quick kind of illustration of what the kind of conversion project that we are pursuing here would look like. You know, this obviously you've seen the site, and this would kind of be the inside of the building afterwards. Green button.
Is this all climate control?
It's all climate control. That's correct. So I'll kind of go, try to go quickly through what Tyler already mentioned. This is the site plan. Just to kind of reiterate here, mini warehousing is allowed today. It's the 50,000 square feet that triggers us to go through this zoning, which is why we are proposing to retain all of the C3 uses that are allowed today. Moving here. So a little bit about us. Our brand is Safe Nest Storage. We are, again, out of Charlotte. We have 3 properties in the Asheville area, one in Hendersonville, a little north on I-26 off Naples Road. We love the area. We love the growth in the area. Something that sets us a little bit apart from other developers is that we take a long-term outlook. So, where some developers might come in and turn a property pretty quickly and cut corners, we've got that. We're here to stay, and we have over 25 employees across our properties. So the prior, I think most of this information has already been discussed, but the World of Clothing business shuttered, as a lot of other retailers did through COVID in April of this year. This is just a quick snapshot of some household name retailers that even prior to the pandemic have closed their doors, and then obviously during the pandemic that was exacerbated. And what this leads to is a lot of these big boxes that need to be repurposed, and there are really only a few specific uses that can come in and do that, self-storage being one of those. So this is just a residential growth map. I'm sure, being, city council, you're aware of all these, and I don't think even Providence Walk and Half Moon Heights are on this map. But to point out here, about 11% of all households use a storage unit. So as the residential growth continues in this area, it's a community need. Some of the facilities nearby, existing storage facilities nearby the World of Clothing building, are at very high occupancy levels. So just in summary, as Tyler mentioned, this project meets the comprehensive plan. We're retaining the existing zoning. Many warehouses are, allowed by right today, and serving a need of the community while also improving the aesthetics of this site from I-26 and the other adjoining roads. So I think the best next step here is to just go into the two conditions and explain kind of what we would like to propose as conditions, alternative to what were proposed by Tree Board. So regarding the buffer on I-26, I'm going to flip back to the site plan. So you're looking at that screen, but if you can't see it on there. So behind the building, through here, the fence for I-26 is here. Our property line is that bold line here. And in between that bold line and our building is only about 20 feet. And some of our condenser units and transformers are 10 or 15 feet wide. We have primary power coming from over here and running to which is here. There's also a shallow stormwater pipe. This is a low, all that grass area flows to about where the property line is, and there's a shallow stormwater pipe. So planting trees back there is going to make maintenance of all of the HVAC units, transformer, very difficult, if not impossible, plus the underground utility conflicts will just not allow for it. And so what we discussed with planning board at our last meeting was, and the reason why that comment through to you was, if I remember correctly, not necessarily, they just kind of deferred to you guys, is what planning board ultimately did. But they wanted to see some, we mentioned painting the building instead. And so we put together a couple options of what this could look like. A couple members of planning board like the idea of artwork. A couple members like the idea of just like a clean kind of storage facility look. So we put together two options, and these, you don't have to vote on these options per se. We have a condition, I think, that we can work with staff on this, but this is kind of the artwork option, which would be option one here, of just what it could look like, which is a big improvement on what it looks like today. And then this is just another option of what it could look like. Again, vast improvement from what's there today. So in that light, what we would like to propose in lieu of the type B buffer, due to those utility conflicts, is to, petitioner will paint the face of the building facing I-26, including artistic elements, to be approved by planning staff during site plan approval. So essentially, as a condition of this zoning, we would have to submit the artwork, the painting scheme, to planning staff during site plan review for their approval at a later date. So that would be our proposal to the first condition. I'm happy to discuss that further. And then the second tweak to the condition of 0-foot candles at the property line would be that all proposed lighting at the site would be 0-foot candles at the property line. So it's kind of hard to run photometric studies on existing lights. It's hard to be sure if the existing lights are 0-foot candles at the property line. So we would just like to add that terminology in the condition, which says all proposed, parking lot lighting will be 0-foot candles at the property line. So essentially, it wouldn't get worse than what it is today. With that, happy to take any questions and discuss further.
Questions?
Can you go back to your, no, please put that back up. Yeah, can you go back to your rendering? Where are those units that you said were going to be outside the building? Where are they in the rendering?
Here?
No, I mean, in the rendering, where are they?
Oh, it covered it up. They're still there. So this is.
So they're going to be seen. They're
Correct.
in front of this.
Correct.
Which I think that was part of the idea, was to cover that up, right?
That's correct.
So what do you propose to cover them up?
So we can plant small shrubs. So small shrubs don't have that root zone that impacts, it's not going to impact underground utilities the same way, mature tree roots would. So if screening of these units via shrubs was something that would be requested, we would certainly be willing to add that to the condition, if that's.
You would do that and the pretty art?
Yep, certainly.
How tall are they?
Sorry, how tall are they?
How tall are the units that are outside?
I mean, yeah, I think this one's a little bigger. That may be, 4 or 5 feet. Some of them are smaller. This is about a 15-foot building, so they're pretty tall. Some of them are.
Are they paintable? I'm just thinking, can you blend it in with it?
No, I mean, we could also do, I don't know how it would look, and we could do some sort of like wooden fence around it, but that might stand out. That may.
Well, the other rendering had a bunch of flowers, right?
Say that again?
Show me the other rendering. Didn't you have a bunch of flowers you planted?
Yeah, we did, and that's because. Yeah, we can do that. So that's because, and you'll see that those units aren't here too. So these renderings were done as kind of like an overlay of that building, which is why you don't see the units. And those flowers were in this kind of building rendering.
How long during the year those flowers can be there too?
To get pansies, they can live in the Antarctic.
What we can do as a part of that condition is say screening of the HVAC or electrical components will be included as well, subject to staff approval.
And obviously, you have to make it big enough to get in and around and work on it. I recognize you can't put it like bang right on it.
Right. But yeah, we can certainly do that.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
So how would you word that?
So, I mean, again, open to feedback here, but petitioner agrees to paint the face of the side of the building facing I-26, including artistic elements and screening of mechanical and electrical equipment, subject to planning staff approval during site plan review. So we'll leave it up to, Tyler and his team to tell us what they like.
Yeah, after the mountain molar, I do not want to be choosing art ever again in my life. Never do I want to have to be in charge of art.
The mountain molar.
We may not want you to pick any either.
No, that's all good, bro. I learned my lesson on that one. There's no way I have all that fast. Can you?
You want me to read it again, or say it again?
Sure.
So this is what I was thinking. Petitioner agrees to paint the side of the building facing I-26.
Stop. Go ahead.
To including artistic elements and screening of mechanical and electrical components, subject to staff approval during plan review.
One thing we can count on, it's going to look a lot better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, if you just like tagged it, it might look better.
So Lou, just for the record, that the zoning ordinance does require screening of that equipment anyway, so it would be picked up on site plan review, so that doesn't necessarily need to be in the condition if you wanted to just deal with the.
You dictated it, it's in there, let's go with it.
Okay, let's go with it. We're doubly required to do it.
Good.
It did sound good.
And well, may I ask another question? So I'm trying to understand your change to the photometric plan. Is, ours says no light will bleed off the property, and you said?
Proposed.
Proposed lights, and what I can kind of show you what I mean. We've got, this property is pretty, sorry, let me find it. Sorry, I don't know where my site plan went. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see, but like, this is the curb line, and there's lights right behind it, and they're kind of straddling the hotel property, but they're there today. And, they honestly, they serve both properties. But saying we will have 0 foot candles at the property line when those existing lights are so close right there and they're functional lights today, it just doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't add up.
Except it upgrades it to being, dark sky compliant.
Well, but those may not even be on our property.
Oh,
and so
you wouldn't be responsible for those then if they're not on your property, right?
Right, but I guess because of how close we are to this hotel, our property even goes to the center line of this street. So if there's any street lights out here, technically by the way the condition was written, we'd have to pull those lights out. What we're saying is we won't add, any lights that we add in the parking lot will have 0 foot candles at the property line.
Does 0 foot candles mean dark sky compliant?
That whole thing, I got lost in it. There's compliant and there's.
Well, the other
compatible.
factor.
Pardon me?
The other factor is this is a hotel that probably requires a certain level of lighting for CCTV and video recordings and safety for their patrons and guests. And so I wouldn't feel comfortable asserting any type of control over that lighting.
I think what they're saying, they're not adding any.
No, I get it. I'm just wondering, for our purposes, we've never used
They're
0
still
foot
working on
candles.
that. Yeah, they're still.
0 foot candles is nothing, no light. So, but that's, what we're saying is, and you're exactly right. I mean, these RV boat parking spaces will need to be enclosed, and there'll be cameras on those to prevent theft.
Right.
And we will have to have some sort of site lighting to illuminate that area, but any lights that we put in will not spill off of the property. Any of our proposed lights is what we want to change the language to, proposed.
I'm going with you, Jeff.
I mean, on something like this, as long as you're not doing this god-awful glare, and they're already saying they're using next to nothing as far as the bounce and all of that, to me, I don't see how we could even begin to tell them.
To change all those.
They would have to change all these lights. And they would go
Sure,
upstairs.
You're good?
For my simple mind, I'm comfortable. Yeah.
And was there any further discussion about, redevelopment or the uses? I know that.
Like if you wanted to redevelop it into a Costco, or is that?
Well, right, no, that's exactly right. If in 5 years a Costco knocked on our door and said, we want to lease this space from you, for instance, if we took all those uses off, we would have to come back to you. But those uses are allowed today, and we're sticking with the current zoning.
But that's not a problem to come back to us.
Well.
But it costs money.
I know, but it's 50,000 square feet.
What if Costco says we'll do it if you sign it in a month? Then we can't come back to you. You guys take 3 months.
Costco ain't gonna do that. They know that we have city council here. So I'm not afraid to tell you that the thing that I raised is a no deal for me. We have never given anybody carte blanche to do what they're asking to do, and there's no way I can agree to that. So it's many warehouses as a conditional zoning, and that's what everybody else has done who's come to conditional zoning. We've never given anyone carte blanche, what you're asking for.
Are
Nobody.
those people going from the same zoning to the same zoning? Because many
I'm talking about on
warehouses,
the 50,000 square foot. You're welcome to do if it's under 50,000.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the 50,000 part. Nobody has asked us to do that, ever.
are there uses in the list of C3 district that you would prefer to have removed? Because, you know, the other thing that was discussed was, you know, this office building is part of this zoning, it's part of this property. And, you know, maybe that functions better as maybe we determine that it functions better as an office, you know, a few months from now versus self-storage. You know, self-storage is the goal on this building, but because we're going from C3 to C3, our thought was it wasn't too much to ask to leave the options open for what's allowed today. If there are, you know, and I think we're happy to strip out uses we know we're not going to ever explore on this site, but, you know, especially with that front building, we were just hoping for a little flexibility as, you know, markets change. And
How many square feet is the front building?
It's 15,000 square feet, but among 3 stories.
So 45,000 square feet?
No, sorry, 5,000 per floor.
Then you wouldn't need to come back? I mean,
They would. So normally you do a conditional zoning for a
I write it for that building.
So I'd see a couple options. You could exclude that building from the CZD, and then it would be open for all
C3
uses.
But it wouldn't be open.
The
Is there a chance you're
parcels.
going to use it for mini warehouse?
Yes.
But it wouldn't let that.
No, it would because it's under 50,000.
Well, I think many warehouses are normally a special use, is that right? Yeah, so it would require a special use then for that. I see that as an option. I think you could put a specific condition in there that for that building, they could do any use, you know, under whatever, as long as it's within the confines of that building. I mean, you can tailor it to the building, but
Well, can you also just say, but if there's a building greater than 50,000 square feet, you have to come back to council for permission?
you could, but I would also take him up on the offer to eliminate those uses you know you never want to see there.
I haven't looked through that whole
Well, this
thing.
is
That
so
list is that long.
Well, exactly.
I went through it.
That you kind of make the point.
Yeah, we went through it too, like, you know, adult entertainment or things we would have already thrown out by now, but that wasn't even on the
I'm
list.
just saying the 50,000 square foot rule, I don't see why we would not keep that rule in place.
But only if you see an issue.
We can add that in. If you want to add the condition of, is what you're saying, a new building that's 50,000 square feet or more
So
has to come back to council?
To interrupt, so I would say you would want to see any change of use to that building that's 50,000, the existing big building, because that's what you would normally do. Any use of that building today that's different from what it was used for before requires a CZD.
That's what we do at all the other ones.
And so, you know, any change of use for that, it's your authority, but just to be, you know, what you've done in the past to your own point, any change of use other than what it was used for before, because that use would be, I would say, grandfathered, would require them to come back for you for a CZD.
I mean, obviously, I'm just one person, but that's the way I feel about that. I do not want to open the Pandora's box of doing this when we do conditional zoning.
So, the way the ordinance is written today, any change in use,
You have to
once we
come
move
into
in as
compliance.
self-storage, any change in use has to come back for a rezoning. Is that?
Well, you could continue with the World of Clothing, perhaps even a retail use, because that's what was there. That would be grandfathered, but any change of use has to come into compliance with the code, and the code today says any use that's 50,000 square feet or more has to have a CZD. So you would have to have a CZD.
So does that?
That's any change of use within the 50,000 square feet or more, correct?
Well, you've got a bit, how big is the main building?
It's like 100,000 square feet.
Okay, so any use of that building is going to require a CZD under the
So
current
does that,
zoning.
so if we change that building specifically from storage in the future, it has to come back?
Well,
Big
I'm saying before the zoning, before, if nothing was approved, any use of that building is going to require.
I'm only one, but I just keep it simple, just mini warehouses.
That's, yeah, we prefer, if we're going to do mini warehouses, we prefer to do that. Can we say mini warehouses in only this building?
Maybe not so bad, I print off all these papers.
You're just trying to leave your options open on that.
Yeah, that's right.
The other one meaning the small building.
Sorry, one more time?
I mean, the other one, when you said the other one, you mean the small
That's
building?
what I thought he was saying, trying to leave
You're
your
trying to keep your
options
options open on that small building.
And this parcel as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that parcel, the options are already left open, isn't that correct? Because they have to come back for that. Isn't that correct?
It depends on what you approve. Like today, without any zoning change, they could do any of these uses under 50,000 square feet today.
Right, exactly, yeah.
But once you apply a CZD to it, if you apply a CZD to it, they would be able to do under 50 and above 50 with, as it's written. As it's written, they'd be able to do anything.
I'm just,
I can't see limiting it. These are uses that could be there right now. This is on I-26. It's not like it's in a neighborhood. Everything else has been kind of surrounded by other uses. This is just big open property, and I can't see any reason why we would need to say, no, you can only have mini warehouses there. You can't have a cultural arts building unless you come back again. I just don't see any reason for
this is
limiting it, because they could do it right now if the only reason they're here is because of the size.
I know, that's why I'm just saying leave the 50,000 requirement in place. That's my point.
No.
I
don't see any reason for not allowing for possible future use.
And this is in perpetuity, right? Right, so
Until it's changed, until the zoning would be changed again, yes.
Right, but, which I guess, who knows the creativity of future entrepreneurs?
So if you're going to open it up, and again, that's completely your policy call, it's a legislative decision that you're making, they would comply with these two conditions, no matter what use they put there, as well as whatever the site plan requirements are in the zoning ordinance for redevelopment.
I would not even have a guess how to make a motion right now. And I'm inclined to let it go. I mean, to basically do what the mayor just said. But honest to God, don't know how to even word it now.
If you want to do it as proposed, you just read it as it's written.
So, and nothing has changed from this.
They already said they had the buffer.
Well, the
buffer change.
Yeah,
the
the
buffer
buffer.
change
And
and
the
the lighting
proposed
change.
lighting.
But you wrote all the buffer stuff down.
Well, the buffer
I
stuff.
wrote one down, and I'm probably the only person that can read it.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying, when we get to that,
Yeah,
right.
I'm lost.
I think the buffer stuff, though, was already included from Perlu, right? Over the mechanical
So you
equipment?
really don't have to bring that into it because it was already there. Okay, all right. I don't have anything else to say right now. You still got to go to the
We
public.
still have to do the public.
Yeah.
Should I take a seat?
If I were you, I'd run real fast.
We still have a public hearing before we come to any final conclusion on this. So, okay. All right. Any other questions right now?
Just kidding.
Okay. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we will open this public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this particular conditional zoning request? Anyone who would like to speak? If you do come forward, state your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
Good evening. Lynn Williams, 309 Chadwick Avenue. Thank you for your time. Sounds like I'm the only public comment on this. Let's see. Thank you for leaving all the mature trees. I very much appreciate that. As far as the vacant property on the front, actually Renegade and I have spent a lot of time there walking that street. There actually isn't sidewalks or anything, so it's kind of dangerous. But where that vacant lot that they showed you a photo of is actually a hill, and it drains downward into a stormwater ditch along Sugarloaf. So I think it'd be worth, they said that might be for future development. I think it might be worth considering preserving that section of land for stormwater and for impervious surfaces, so please consider this. I also ask you to please follow the advice of the tree board. This is your one advisory body that is reviewing the environmental protections. It is essential that we advocate for the recommendations of this appointed entity. They know what's going to be best for the land use and environmental protections. That's what we've appointed them for, and they're local and not necessarily developers coming in from Charlotte. Also, the conversion of the planning department to an organization whose name and purpose are seemingly placing first priority on development, not environmental sustainability, means the tree board is our only hope for precious land, air, water being protected here. Instead of the site plan review being just going back to Tyler and the planning board, I ask you consider that it goes back to the tree board or the environmental sustainability board. I believe number 6 of your goals for the comprehensive plan is for environmental protections. It's always at the bottom of the list every time, but for me it's at the very top. It's how we all live and thrive. If you approve of these recommendations and disregard the tree board's recommendations, it'll be the second time out of the last 2 approvals you will be excluding the tree board's recommendations for the desires of an out-of-town developer. Small shrubs will not act the same as trees. The purpose of the trees is stormwater mitigation and to promote our bird, bee, and tree city. Another alternative for the developer might be to consider a vertical living green wall and or a living roof. I personally know a designer that I could give you a recommendation. So instead of exchanging greenery for paint, you could consider actually using a living wall if you can't do trees. Thank you.
And did you give your name and address?
I did.
Okay. I thought so, but I want to be sure. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this request?
My name is Jeff Doody, 156 John Hill Road. Mr. Smith, I want to thank you for your service. I thank you all, but I always find your insight, your comments, and your questions super valuable, and I agree with you on this issue as far as Pandora's box in buildings over 50,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this? Anyone else who would like to speak to this request? Is there anyone online seeking recognition?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In that case, we will close this public hearing. Okay, now we can get back to our discussion. Further, someone want to make a motion?
I mean, I don't see anything on this list that's extremely scary sounding, but I also see Jerry's point that it does just kind of open it up for anything. And I'm not saying that they're going to do anything that would be something that we wouldn't want, but if it's an existing in perpetuity and you sell the property to someone else, then they can do whatever they want. And so I think that's the part that makes me a little apprehensive to just open it up.
I still feel that if we consider all these uses appropriate in C3, that this being where it is on I-26 and not surrounded by lots of residences, that any of these would be appropriate. I don't see any reason to limit it.
I just need to, if I make a motion, I just need to make sure I'm reading everything correctly. The proposed conditions from you guys were buffers additionally on the front side, am I correct?
So the condition regarding the buffer was to, because of the utility conflicts, and we will be planting several parking lot trees as well to answer the, there will be a lot of trees added to the site. The trees in the rear, however, due to those utility conflicts, we would request to paint the building using architecture elements, screen the mechanical and electrical components in lieu of the type B buffer in that area.
You want to start, and we can kind of try to...
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the City of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject property, pins 9579-56-0884 and 9579-46-9642 from C3 Highway Business to C3 CZD Highway Business conditional zoning based on the site plan submitted by the applicant and subject to the following permitted uses, any warehouses, and then am I reading, continue, all permitted C3 uses on November 4th, 2021, which are listed in the ordinance conditions that shall be satisfied prior to final site plan approval, including developer shall provide a type B buffer along the rear property line adjacent to the...
No, that's where we change it.
Okay. So...
That's where this paint and shrubbery to be handled by
26
staff.
days with the approval of the planning staff.
The developer shall paint face with the approval of the planning staff. All proposed lighting be 0-foot candles and screening of the utilities, that's already included in the the current zoning, this part.
Any proposed.
And any proposed lighting. And then do I need to read the developer proposed to maintain existing dimensional conditions in the parking lot at 135 Sugarloaf Road, finding that the amended zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use map, and that the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The development utilizes an existing large-scale commercial building with a use that is compatible with the surrounding area.
Thank you. Is that...
This is kind of botched.
Is that clear enough, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am, I think it is.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind reading the other two reasons, that would be great.
Sure. This redevelopment is within a high-intensity priority infill area as designated in the Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 8, LU 1-1.1. The development provides additional storage options for the citizens of Hendersonville.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Not? Excuse me. Those in favor of the motion for the CZD?
You okay?
Yeah, just tickle in the throat. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Say mama.
The motion is, need a little more water.
That's what I make my kids do.
The motion is approved by a 4-1 vote. Therefore, it passes. Thank you. Okay.
But listen, if Costco does call you guys,
You take them up on it.
do it. Need a Costco.
I mean, I'm totally down with Costco.
Costco.
Or Trader Joe's.
Me either.
Madam Mayor? Barbara, you want
All
to
right.
break for a minute? Can we have
Yeah,
just a really,
I'm fine. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
We need one.
Can I have just real quick, I just need to run to the bathroom.
I can't hear what he's saying. Oh, okay.
5 minutes?
It's been requested we take a 5-minute recess, if you don't mind. is a rezoning, a conditional use zoning. Excuse me, we're trying to come back to order. We're trying to come back to order, please. It's a conditional zoning district, Half Moon Heights.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council folks. Good to see you this evening. As you mentioned, this is a project for Half Moon Heights. It is located off of Chimney Rock Road. It is situated between the Wolf Chase single-family neighborhood and Ballantyne Commons. It's currently zoned, the property is currently zoned PRD, CZD, as it was part of a future phase of Ballantyne Commons multifamily development that was not ever constructed. There is a street, Half Moon Trail, that cuts through the property that was, it serves as a fire access for a portion of the current Ballantyne apartments. The proposed zoning is for PRD, CZD as well. The key difference will be the site plan that's proposed. It is a 33.65 acre tract with the proposed use of single-family detached homes. The number of lots has changed throughout the project as the developer has attempted to achieve various goals related to feedback that's been received throughout the project. So that number, I will defer to the developer on that final number of lots. There was a neighborhood compatibility meeting held in early September. It was very heavily attended by neighboring residents and interested parties. A range of topics were covered that will also be covered in this presentation. This slide just gives you an idea of the mountain views that are accessible from this site. You'll see some photographs as well, but as you face north, there are a number of mountains in the distance. This gives you an idea of the relationship between the subject property and the transportation network and the areas of urbanization throughout this side of Hendersonville. Taking a look at some photos from the site, upper left photograph is from the site on Half Moon Trail facing north, and you can see the gate there, and the street beyond that is the street that serves Wolf Chase. The upper middle picture is the road coming into Ballantyne Commons. You'll see that it looks nice and wooded here, but as you get further back, you get to the apartments where you'll see apartment buildings and parking spaces. Upper right is just a example of the, actually that is a picture of the property line adjacent to Corn Mountain Estates, which is a county subdivision that abuts this property, and that's where those two properties come together. Bottom left is there's a Duke Power right-of-way that's running along the northern boundary between this site and Wolf Chase. And then the other pictures there just give you an idea of some of the mature growth. It is a heavily wooded site. These two pictures give you an idea of the access. So if you're coming off of 64 into Wolf Chase, onto Half Moon Trail, that's the name of the street at this location, you'll see the single-family homes and what is present there today that traffic would be bypassing in order to get to the subject property. On the right, same, this is an image of the access through Ballantyne Commons that those accessing from that side, accessing this property from that side would be traversing through this parking lot area through the apartment complex. The current zoning, as I mentioned earlier, is PRD, CZD, and that is the proposed zoning as well. You will see that there is some highway mixed use zoning as you move along 64, and then there's some other county zonings on adjacent properties as well. The future land use map shows this as medium intensity neighborhood, and that is the case for some of the surrounding properties as well that are within the city's future land use map. You also see business center there along 64, which just a portion of that is touching this particular site. So as we look at medium intensity neighborhood, it is intended to be a transition between our high intensity neighborhood and our low intensity neighborhood. It's intended to provide a wide range of housing at different price points and to promote walkability. This site in particular in our growth management map is identified as preservation and enhancement, meaning that developed areas in which few significant changes are expected, or undeveloped areas that are not considered a high priority for growth. The city should respond to development or redevelopment of these areas by maintaining and enhancing existing neighborhood character and maintaining consistency with comprehensive plan goals and strategies. Some of the specifics to medium intensity as it relates to comprehensive plan goals and strategies are that density should remain between 2 to 8 units per acre, that there should be at least 60% open space, architectural guidelines should be considered, and that elements that encourage walkability should be included. So quickly, as a data point, I wanted to show that the Henderson County Future Land Use Map also included this area. You'll see the green swath that is coming through from Corn Mountain Estates over onto this subject property relates to a conservation designation under Henderson County's Future Land Use Map. That relates to the slope in that area that's 20% or greater. And so that's how they came up with their designation. So that's what Henderson County has for this site. That is just a data point for you guys. When we're looking back at our comprehensive plan goals that are relevant to this particular project, under Chapter 2, under population and housing, we have information about providing for pedestrian-friendly design through recessed garages and having front porches. We also have a goal related to our strategy related to encouraging public spaces that are designed to enhance the pedestrian experience. And so those are goals that we've tried to address in some of our conditions that you will that I will present. Likewise, Chapter 3, Natural and Environmental Resources section has several elements that relate to this property because it's so heavily wooded, because it's sloped. We have a strategy related to protecting slopes greater than 30%. That is straight from our comprehensive plan. We have a goal related to quality open space and achieving that by clustering development and putting smaller dense lots in a certain area while preserving open spaces and promoting the preservation of woodlands. We also have strategies related to low impact development, practices related to stormwater management. So all these things kind of can work together, and you'll see in particular the first 3 strategies here that are highlighted have been addressed in some of the conditions, and in a separate condition we've addressed the stormwater concerns. Under transportation and circulation, interestingly, we have a strategy to connect where there's dead-end streets through pedestrian connections between those areas, and also the strategy to require that there be street stubs and connections to future neighborhoods. That comes from our comprehensive plan. So when we take a look at the site plan and tree survey, I'll quickly go over this. This is a site plan that I believe is still being tweaked, but this generally shows the layout as it relates to some of the trees that are on the site. The current number, the most recent number that I've received is that there are a total of 925 trees on the site. 247 of those, or 27%, are slated to be preserved. So 27% maybe being bumped up to 30% or a little bit greater, depending on some changes being made. But of those, about 2/3 are pine trees. And then 73% of the, give or take, plus or minus, would be removed. And of those being removed, 57% are hardwoods. And I can let the developer just speak to any updated numbers. So taking a look at the site plan, we see the existing Half Moon Trail street that was developed in order to provide fire access to apartments down here. It is currently gated at this point. It is a public street as it approaches the property line there. You see the proposed lot layout and the 2 loop roads that are proposed and 1 cul-de-sac street. There are also stub outs to adjoining vacant properties or low-intensity developed properties, single-family homes on large tracts. There's one connection there. There's an amenity space right here. I will let the developer talk to the details on that. And then there's a connection here to the south to this large tract here that opens up, that connects to Old Sunset Hill Road. And then the pedestrian connection that I mentioned was called for at the end of the dead-end street would be in this general vicinity, connecting over to Corn Mountain Estates. Maybe it's at this point right here. And there's a condition related to that as well. There's a wetlands area here and a very steep ravine here. So there's a lot of topography in this area. All of this is slated as open space. That open space wraps around, and all of this is also open space. And I know there's been a lot of changes in this area right here. The developer will be highlighting that, and that grading impacts in this area have been greatly reduced. And so a lot more, we've come a long way from where this initially was in terms of preservation of trees, reduction of grading, and keeping intact open space, potential migration corridors through the site. I touched on the requirements for street connectivity do come from our subdivision ordinance. That's why we have those stub outs to some of the vacant properties nearby, as well as the connection through Half Moon Trail, through Wolf Chase, through Ballantyne. Our subdivision ordinance also requires that developments with over 31 units are required to have 2 access points. So this site plan was reviewed by the DRC. It also went to tree board actually twice, and I'll talk about their recommendation. It is generally compliant with the zoning code and the subdivision standards. There's a few details that still need to be worked out as we get towards final site plan if it's approved tonight. And it is supported in general by our comprehensive plan in some ways, but there are details of our comprehensive plan, as I pointed out, that would need to be addressed through potentially some of the considerations you give to the conditions. The tree board recommended, they started off with their motion was essentially a statement of comprehensive plan consistency or inconsistency, just kind of an opposition to the development in general. But then they went on to say if it is approved, then they recommend that the trees that are to be protected in accordance with our standards in the zoning code. They also included in their motion that all new vegetation planted must be chosen from the recommended landscape species list. That you'll find that condition will start to be removed because that is already a requirement of our zoning code, similar to the screening discussion that was had on the previous item, already covered by the zoning code. So we should be catching that and requiring that as part of our review. As far as the protection of the trees, the tree board revisited this at their next meeting after planning board, and it was given consideration towards the developer's counter proposal, which was to utilize silt fencing and use 2 rows of silt fencing to create a barrier to protect the trees that would also provide the additional benefit of erosion control. And so the tree board actually reconsidered that part of their motion and essentially stated that they concurred with the developer's use of the 2 rows of silt fencing, and that all other standards of section 15-4 should remain in place. So I have highlighted the planning board's recommended conditions that have been agreed to by the developer, in hopes that some of those we can move past or discuss in general, and then really focus on some of the other key ones. And then I've also highlighted the ones that have been proposed by the developer, where they're not agreeing necessarily with what the planning board has proposed, but they are laying out what they would be comfortable with. And so I'll go through these quickly. Sizing the stormwater system to retain for a minimum of a 25-year event. That is above the 10-year required standard. utilizing low-impact development practices through the incorporation of pervious concrete for sidewalks and driveways. I have had some discussions with our Public Works Director on that particular item, if that would be something that we would want in our right-of-way. Also have discussed it with the Stormwater Administrator, and we would like there to be some flexibility there if at the final site plan stage, if it's determined that that would not be an appropriate material, then we could make that change. But if it is something that, you know, we may want to start incorporating in future developments, this may be a good way for us to test that out, and particularly because this site is not in a floodplain, so concerns about sediment going into the pervious concrete are less of a concern here.
So Matt, that before you get past that particular concern is related to maintenance from our Public Works Department, and once we take over maintenance of the street and those kind of things, what costs that may or may not add, and will it would hold up to traffic? And
yes, and if you had to take out a section, this is, from Mr. Wooten, that if you had to take out a section, will we have the access to the material, have the know-how to use that material, that kind of thing. So just some question marks out there that we'd want to look into further, but I think it's something we could resolve by a final site plan.
Thank you.
Moving to the third one, this is, I brought up on the tree board slide that they're, rather than protect it with the orange fencing and the 2x4s, as it states in our zoning code, that they would use 2 rows of silt fencing to do the tree protection. On number 4, the planning board recommended that they recess garages or shift parking to the rear of the lots and make the front porch the primary architectural feature fronting the street. The developer has countered that with a proposal that a majority of homes will have that feature rather than agreeing to 100% of the homes. Number 5 is that a pedestrian connection provides sufficient site distance. That is agreed on by the developer and may have already been addressed in some updated site plans. The 6th condition is to reduce the impact of the development and preserve quality, undisturbed open space by clustering development in areas outside of 30% slope, thus preserving existing woodlands and avoiding grading of steep slopes in these areas. This was a staff DRC recommended condition that went and was supported by the planning board. The developer has countered that with a proposal to construct basement sites on lots 14 through 20, and those are lots that have the greatest degree of slope, so they range from 29 to 39% slope on those lots. Doing the basement sites would then greatly reduce the impact of grading on the site. The only lot with an average slope greater than 30% that would not have a basement is lot 70. The slope of lot 70 is not natural. It was created as part of the construction of Half Moon Trail. So all the natural slopes over 30%, they would be putting in basement sites. And I think the developer can show you the reduction in grading that will occur there along with the preservation of trees. Number 7, developer agrees to make this says provide right-of-way connection. I'd like to clarify that it would be an easement, pedestrian and utility easement connecting to the neighboring right-of-way at Gypsy Lane. And then number 8, developer will work with staff to design a nature trail that has the ability to connect to adjacent neighborhoods. This came from a recommendation from the planning board. And so with that, I will open it up for any questions.
Questions?
I have some questions.
Yes.
So, in regards to a potential traffic light on 64, what are the steps that we would have to do to be able to address that?
The first step is that you defer to your traffic consultant, Mr. Jonathan Guy, who will speak to that.
Oopsie. Oh, sorry.
Matt, will you introduce Jonathan?
Yeah. This is Jonathan Guy from Kimley Horn. He is our traffic consultant. He does the reviews of our our TIAs that get submitted by other traffic engineer firms. They submit them to us. We send them to him. He reviews those, and he's been an excellent resource for us. So he will be a resource for you.
Will you say what TIA is?
Traffic impact analysis.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you, guys.
Good evening, council, mayor. Happy to answer any questions that you have, specifically related to traffic study or signals. That is it can be a touchy subject when you speak with NCDOT about that. Traffic signals are warranted based off 9 warrants that are contained in the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So in the traffic world, there's a lot of jargon. So the MUTCD specifies how you warrant studies, and they range from looking at vehicular volume to proximity to schools, proximity of other signals, railroad crossings, crashes. In this case, looking at this particular site, you would need to look at the 8-hour, the 4-hour, the peak hour. Pedestrian warrant volume is not going to qualify because you don't have pedestrians on 64 that would be crossing over to a land use, so you don't need to break traffic for that. There's not a school within proximity of the signal that would benefit from this, nor is there an intersection near a grade crossing that would benefit from the control of a traffic signal to prevent railroad crossings or crashes.
What is the distance to vicinity of a school that would be impacted?
Well, it would need to have direct access to that signal so that it would provide a gap or a benefit to that. There are other warrants that are related to where I think where you're going with that, and that would be a coordinated signal system and then, of course, roadway network. So when you look at a system like 64, you look at areas where you don't have a long gap. Because what we find is, and a lot of people, what you'll find is that when you put in a set of signals, think of like downtown. When you move traffic through downtown, you have a set of signals every block that helps to move traffic in a uniform progression. When you take a signal or a set of roadway and you stretch out in between those signals, what happens is the platoon of traffic that used to be there starts to elongate. And so you don't get a uniform movement of traffic through there. So what can happen when you add a signal is that you can get nice bite-sized chunks of traffic going through, which allows each of the signals to process it so that you don't end up with an overloaded signal on one end of the system. In this case, specifically looking at Half Moon Trail and then considering the traffic study that was prepared, you would need to take all of the traffic from Valentine Commons plus all of the traffic at Half Moon Trail, combine that together to warrant a traffic signal at this location, at least from the peak hour standpoint. You have to have because you've got a high speed out here, because you've got a minimum amount of volume, you would need to look at it from that standpoint. Conversations, you'd have to get NCDOT on board with that. You'd need to look at site distance, and then you'd also need to look at the 8-hour warrant associated with that, not just the singular warrant for the peak hour, and then of course the 4-hour warrant would also be important to get justification for that. You meet the spacing criteria that they typically look for, which is a 1/4 mile away from other signals, especially on US 64. They would want to maintain that distance. They wouldn't want anything shorter than that. That's what would be required for that. What I have found in my experience doing this work is that DOT likes to see the signal go in, or the development go in first, so that they know that the traffic is going to be there. And the reason that they do that is because a lot of times the information that we're required to develop and use, the Institute of Transportation Engineers has a manual called Trip Generation, and that's what we use to generate trips. My favorite example to kind of illustrate why it varies based on the development is if you think of a fast food restaurant. So there's one land use in trip generation that's for fast food. We all know that there's a difference in trips. Compare a Hardee's to a Chick-fil-A. If you look at lunch, which is going to generate more trips, yet they're going to fall into the same land use category. And so DOT likes to wait till the develop opens and generates traffic before they permit a signal, unless they know that it is so intense that it's not going to, that it will generate that amount of traffic. A residential street like this is going to be something they're going to want to see lots of data on before they will permit a traffic signal.
Okay. given the traffic study was performed when North Henderson was not in session, that, I think, substantially alters the amount of traffic that is on that road and the speeds. And do the traffic studies actually take into account the average speed on the road as well?
Oh, yeah. So what they have to do, there's a set of guidelines, and I'll
Not
tell
the
you.
average posted speed.
Well, okay.
The actual traveled, because that's different.
There is a difference. Thank you for
Right.
pointing that out. So what we're required to do under the guidelines is to consider the posted speed limit. Speed studies would be something that would be completely different that you would need to look at if you wanted to consider that. That can be part of a warrant study to look at the differential speed or the 85th percentile speed of traffic out there, so that as you're looking at it, you can look at the argument associated with a safe gap exiting. Because if speeds are, if the posted speed limit's there and then the 85th percentile speed is 10 miles per hour higher, you're approaching at a much faster rate, you have less time, your sight distance is affected.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, more.
We had some more? Okay.
So I met with some residents the other day, and there was some discussion about that the developer was not going to be using sidewalks. Oh, this is not you anymore, sorry. I just realized, but you're kind of trafficky.
Can I
It is
ask
sort of trafficky, but
Can I ask
you have another question.
a follow-up to yours?
I will come to you. Let me answer your last question about school traffic. It should have been, the traffic count should have been conducted during school peak. That is a requirement of NCDOT. And so for that matter, what it will probably show is an increase in overall volume out there on 64. It may show an increased trip count during the AM peak hour, because remember with school trips, the AM peak hour is the most affected peak hour with school traffic. PM peak hour occurs because school lets out earlier than traditionally 5 o'clock. Although with a high school, you're going to have after-school sports, so you're going to see a little bit of bleed over into that.
Okay. Does the DOT respond to resolutions from city councils to request traffic lights?
They can. They'll take a look at it. They will perform you'll jump into the queue. The local office will do a speed study. They'll do a warrant study, and they'll look at it from that standpoint.
That's where they evaluate that 85th percentile?
They can do that as well. It can take them some time to do that, you know.
We got all kinds of time.
Sure. From their standpoint, their thresholds require a traffic study if it has an ADT of 3,000 vehicles per day. That's what the driveway manual states. This falls below DOT's threshold at 1,800. The PM peak hour for this development crosses your threshold of 100 peak hours, which is why there's a traffic study for this property.
Okay.
You may have just answered it. You said that after it's put in, they'd like to then study. What is the time frame of that collecting of data before they make a decision on yes or no on the light?
So it can take them some time to do that. They, in particular cases, will also look at it in advance of that as well. So they're not married to one approach to this. The reason I said that they would most likely want to see this develop some volume before they would study it is the fact that it falls below their threshold for a traffic study. Each division is completely different on how they handle things, though. You've got 14 different bosses that are looking at different guidelines on how they want to approach things within DOT.
So you don't know?
It can be 6 months, it could be 9 months. It's really up to the discretion of the division on how quickly they act, and also their workload too in making a decision.
Okay, thank you.
I did email our DOT representative.
Sure.
He was gathering some information and hadn't gotten back to me, but I definitely think it's something that we could bring up with them. And, I mean, he was great to talk to about it anyway, but, okay.
Yep, and that he is always, your DOT representative is always an advocate for communities. They're put in that position for that reason. They can help speed up that process. They can also help you. In the traffic engineering world, there's always the joke of the 10th warrant, which is the political warrant. And so it's the conversation associated with DOT and concerning situations. So.
For four-way stops, are you the person that we ask the questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. At the base of the hill coming down on where Cider Half Moon Trail come in, so just below the gate, there's a four-way intersection there.
Yep, it's just right off the-
And it's currently not a four-way stop.
It's a two-way.
Yes, so could we make that a four-way stop? Because people are gonna fly down that hill, and, that's obviously like a concern for the neighbors down below,
Absolutely.
and anybody, really, who's gonna be there. We saw people walking their dogs while we were there from the other side of the development, so.
Absolutely. I think that, that's a great picture of it right there. It would be a recommendation for that you put in a four-way stop at that location. You've got a change in context at that location, moving between developments. You've got a change in topography beginning through there. You've got a little bit of a vertical curve, and then you've got a horizontal curve there. And of course, you've got landscaping that's occurring, so I would recommend at that point to put in a four-way stop for those reasons. And there is guidance in the MUTCD. You are supposed to do a study looking at those. That can be based off of observations and sight distance looking at the intersections. We've looked at a number of these for another community in North Carolina where they're dealing with these locations that you're trying to process traffic. Four-way stops are not supposed to be used as a form of mitigating or traffic calming. But in this case, you've got a good reason and justifications to put in a four-way stop due to those physical and geometric constraints that I would recommend it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Jeff, did you have something?
I was just going to say, does it have to be a recommendation? Can it just be a requirement?
No, absolutely. It can be a requirement.
Road, right?
Yeah, that's what I say, and I know that I was enlightened that you can't demand a four-way stop be put on unless it's a safe place for a four-way stop. And it's not supposed to be just for mitigation, but
Correct.
he clarified that.
My professional opinion is you put in a four-way stop.
Can I go back and clarify one thing that you said a minute ago?
Sure.
The traffic study, you said should have been done during school hours, but it was not done during school hours.
Correct. So traffic counts should always be collected whenever school's in session. And during the window of Tuesday through Thursday. Those are our normal days. That's when traffic is considered normal for the conditions. What you will find is if you really dig into traffic volumes, they steadily increase throughout the week. So Thursday is always your highest peak. Friday is the most abnormal day that you will have from a traditional work week standpoint.
So then the numbers that are on the traffic study that we're looking at and making this consideration are
Not accurate.
not accurate. That's what I was
So the
looking
trip generation would be accurate for the homes that are there. The volumes that are on the study area intersections could change associated with that. They could increase. Typically what you do find is that they will increase if school is in session. We've had a lot of COVID conversations with NCDOT. What do you consider? How do you consider that? So it's an abnormal period. Just we'll add that caveat that there is some abnormalities in traffic volumes. So that may play into the decision.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions?
I would go back to just some things that we discussed. Are you going to cover those later, or
Well,
Yeah, I
the
mean-
big thing I'm talking
We're
about is
here
the
from
ridge?
developer, too.
Yeah.
We can ask him questions.
Okay, all right. Then I'll hold off.
I've got a list still, so.
Okay, good. I'll just pick up
I got my notebook.
wherever you don't get.
So, are you ready to hear from the developer and then? Okay. Thank you.
You should have a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Joseph Schlotterbeck, born and raised in Fairview, North Carolina, and my dad and I are looking to develop Half Moon Heights. I think before we get started, I would like to add a couple things or give my side on the traffic study. You're absolutely right. It should have been done during school hours, but it wasn't known to me. So I spoke with the traffic engineer, asked when he would be available. He had availability in his schedule, and so he came out and did a traffic study. We then found out, embarrassingly enough, that it should have been done during school hours. So we had him redo the entire study. We didn't redo all of the data, but we had him talk with NCDOT, do some research, and find out what the increases on average are during those times. And so the average increase from those times, from going to out of school to in school, is about 5%. So we added 5% to all of the daily traffic in that area. And then we also added 2% for a factor due to COVID. There's not hard data on this yet, so we were doing our best to try and, exceed expectations, especially after the blunder the first time around. And so we increased everything by about 7% and redid the traffic study, and then it was re-looked at by the city's traffic advisor. So in that time, things did change slightly, but it wasn't drastic enough to change anything. And in fact, the amount we have decreased the density of the housing more than offset what would have been missed with the traffic anyway. I would now like to, if it's okay, go through, like Matt has said, we've been through a ton of iterations, a ton of changes. And so I'd like to briefly, I'll keep it short, but go through some of those changes and why we made each decision. This is our first project, our first plan. There are 121 units. This plan never made it to the planning department. It was just our initial design. We looked at it, decided that we wanted larger lots, and so we revised it before even going to it. That cut down our number from 121 total lots to 107. So this is our second plan, and in this plan, this was submitted to the city. So this is the first plan that the city actually looked at, planning looked at, and what was submitted to our neighborhood compatibility meeting. Not much else changed. This was still very early in the process, and so we didn't have a lot of the data yet that I will be presenting on some of the further iterations. So actually, let me go back one. This is the drawing that planning staff has in their current report and the one that you saw tonight. It has 101 total lots, so we've decreased again here by 6 lots. And there's also a couple things that we've added based off of community feedback. I think most of you are looking this way. So here we have added a bus stop. This was based off of feedback from the community that the current school buses travel down Highway 64. They stop in the middle of Highway 64. They let kids off with all that traffic piling up behind them. I see your eyes widening. It sounded bad to us as well. So I'm not sure what the process is with talking with the city and changing the bus route, but now that there are 2 ways in and out of this development, a bus can come through Ballantyne Commons, stop here at this bus stop that we've created, continue down the hill, and then exit onto 64. So I'd like to figure out who we need to talk to in order to see if that's a possibility with the school board, but it's definitely something that we wanted to provide, and it was something that we changed pretty immediately. We've also added street lights to the plan. This allows for more walkability. And then one of the largest items that was presented to us at the neighborhood compatibility meeting is the concern over potential flooding. And so with a project this size, we are required to retain all current water on site. Sorry, I'm trying to do a good job of explaining this. I'm not a civil engineer, but we are required to retain on site all water pre or post-development that we would have pre-development. So even though houses are going in, we are required to retain this water on site, and that is done by the implementation of Ncdeq systems. So we will have 2 Ncdeq systems. One will be up in this corner, and the second will be down here. We had batted around the idea of a third one, but with the space provided in these 2 areas, we can combine that third one into these, and we have enough space to make it work in these areas. This was something that we proposed at that meeting. and it's something that has later become, as Matt said, a proposed condition. The next item was the development on both the hillside and up here at the top of the mountain. And so if you take a look at this drawing, currently, or the way the road sat during the planning staff report is that the road extended all the way to the property line. We had a cul-de-sac here. Houses went all the way around. And what Matt was referring to with these grading slopes is these areas in dark here. Unfortunately, when doing pad houses like this, it forces these slopes further down the hill. And so even though I'm not putting a house in here, I'm having to disturb this area. And so it became very evident that that was one of the largest things that we really wanted to try and mitigate in all areas that we could. And so the drawing that we actually submitted, or that we presented at the planning board, was this drawing here. And so eliminating all lots that lie in an area of 30% or greater is impossible for this project. It makes the project infeasible. There are just random pockets of these areas, and they can't all be avoided while still making the site useful. But there were definitely a lot of areas in which we could improve, and we saw that. So on this drawing, we went from, on this upper road alone, we went from 35 lots to 27 lots. So we had a reduction of 8 lots. That allowed us to pull the cul-de-sac back. It created an animal corridor through this area, as well as leaving natural habitat untouched and undisturbed all through this area, wrapping around the property, and actually continuing into a land swath behind Corn Mountain. In addition to that, we took lots 14 through 20, and we made them basement lots. That was one of the main things that really allowed us to pull those grades back up the slope and preserve more of that natural habitat.
Is that where that big dip is on the backside of that area?
If you walked in from Corn Mountain, you could have seen it.
Okay.
Or if you took the trails that we have installed to get our borings for site stability, you could have gotten up there. There is a large dip back here, and so we are staying out of the largest dip up on that side of the mountain now. Completely, houses and grading. One of the other things that we did, some of the feedback that we've gotten is that there weren't enough community amenities, and that if we really wanted to build a good community, we should be thinking about amenities and what brings people together. I heard someone ask a question about sidewalks. We're absolutely installing sidewalks everywhere. So the sidewalks connect on this end to Ballantine Commons. On this end, they connect to Wolf Chase, and we're installing sidewalks on one side of the road on every road. But we also added a dog park up in this area that will go on top of one of the proposed Ncdeq systems. It's an area that can be used for things like that. You can't build permanent structures on top of a Ncdeq system, but you can put things like a playground or a dog park. And so we're using that area to do both of those two things. So we've got proposed playground here. You'll see in a later drawing, the one that we're presenting you tonight as our final plan, we have sidewalks going down to the playground, sidewalks going down to the dog park, and so we've got an amenity area here that we have added. Matt also mentioned pervious driveways and sidewalks. That's another item that we suggested. When calculating our stormwater retention, we're not taking that into account. So we're still calculating it as if that was all impervious. So we're calculating for that additional runoff, but then we're also looking to provide that additional storage. And as Matt said, we're open to the idea of doing it for the sidewalks. It just is up to whether or not the city wants to maintain that or not. As far as the maintenance goes for the individual houses, we're going to write that into our HOA, and so it will be a requirement to keep those maintained. Sourcing the concrete really isn't an issue. You can get it from Southern Concrete. You contact them and let them know ahead of time what you're looking for, and they can mix that up and provide it. One of the conditions was that we move a crosswalk. That crosswalk was originally down here, and there were some concerns that there might not be enough line of sight. We have since shifted this road back up to the top of the hill, and in doing so, it allowed us to move that crosswalk so that it has plenty of line of sight both ways, and that's no longer an issue. So that brings us to our current, actually, no, so I had intended to show you this plan overlaid with the plan that Matt showed you where everything went to the edge of the property line. Unfortunately, I grabbed another plan it was an iteration in between those two. Like I said, we've been through about 20 iterations on this thing. But it still does a really good job highlighting what our goals were in pulling those slopes back and making a big difference. So the areas in red here, that's where we initially had grades. Like I was saying before, this line actually went all the way to the edge. And so you can kind of imagine that we're obviously pulling that back and leaving a much larger area here. The area in black is all of the proposed for the drawing that I just showed you. So it's just an overlay of the last two drawings. This is the final iteration. This is what I'm presenting to you tonight. This is what I've shared with Matt and talked with him about. So again, we've made some small modifications. We've pulled this slope further back up the hill, thereby widening this natural untouched corridor. So we've made this area larger. We've also achieved all permeability and steep slope requirements. All of our lots are sized correctly so that the permeability requirements from zoning as well as the steep slope requirements are now all met. We have also, one of the last things we did, we've been able to go far enough along in this process to actually look at balancing the grading that happens on this site. So when you're doing large grading, you've got both cut and fill. And so we've actually been able to look at the earthwork, saw that we needed a little bit more cut. And so one of the things we did was lower this road here, which very slightly increased this cut slope going up the hill, but it drastically widened this area in between the loop road. And so while this natural area and natural habitat is not directly connected to the larger surrounding natural habitats, it's still going to be a great area with large natural habitat that will be saved. One of the added benefits of increasing or widening lots is also that we've increased the variety of these lots. So I now have lots with proposed homes of 40 by 40 all the way up to 40 by 60, and we're looking at a bunch of different plans in between. We haven't settled on them yet, but it's something that we're looking at, and using the topography of this site along with the zoning code has actually increased the variety of those lots in a really nice way, I think. So there's going to be larger lots mixed in with smaller lots, and the variety is going to be much better. It also dropped us to our final number of 93 units. So we started off with our first submittal at 107, and we're now finally down to 93. We've also put in, we're also showing all of the roads. These, through talks with planning, these will be paved, and so we will be installing these up to the road edge, as well as sidewalks in these areas. And then there was the easement access that Matt referred to, and that's here at Corn Mountain. So just quickly, I'd like to show, here's an overlay of the last two drawings we looked at. So basically, the one that I showed, the one in red is the plan that I presented to the planning board. The one in black is the one that I'm presenting to you tonight. And you can see the main changes are here. We were able to pull this slope further back, increase area here, and then widen this area as I spoke to earlier. So I've mentioned it a couple times, and Matt has mentioned it as well. But I just want to touch briefly on this idea of an animal corridor. This is just kind of a rough drawing I threw together. It's not exact, but I lined up our plan with the existing Half Moon Trail as best I could, and I think it gives a good idea of what our intentions are. So when you have animals migrating through these areas, especially larger animals, we wanted to make sure that we left this corridor so that there was connection for them to travel. Obviously, birds, small animals such as squirrels, they have the ability to kind of jump over roadways easier, but leaving this open for animals, we have essentially left an area that is now connected all the way through Wolf Pen and Wolf Chase, and then is also connected behind Corn Mountain and Wolf Pen. And this continues. I didn't have enough room to keep going, but these animal corridors continue on to other different branches, and so they really are integral. This brings up my next point, which the largest challenge on this site is the preservation of natural habitat. And obviously we are developing a large part of it, but making sure we are being as conscious about that development as we can was important to us. It's kind of interesting when you start looking into what are required for planting based off of all of the different zoning or subdivision ordinances. The planting requirements are really pretty lax. Do any of you have any idea what a project like this would require for street trees, buffer trees, combined anything? So it's 29 street trees. So for all the trees that I take out, by the ordinance in place currently, we're required to plant 29 street trees. And how about buffer trees? We've got a neighborhood here, we've got a neighborhood here. There's a neighborhood up here that we're leaving a natural buffer to, but buffer trees, about how many do you think we should install? Well, what's required is 0. So we wanted to look at this, and we wanted to go above and beyond. Just to get an idea of really kind of the scope of what was required, we looked at all of the information, and some of the information points to tree credits. So interestingly enough, I wanted to calculate that out and see what that would come to. Even though we're only required 29 trees, we are allowed tree credits. Well, the amount of tree credits that we are allowed due to the number of trees that we're saving comes to 962 trees. So of the 29 trees I'm required to plant, I can use some of those 962 credits and effectively plant nothing, which I know would not sit well with any of you or with any of the community or myself either. So really the question became, what is a good number to install? So here's our landscaping. Is it possible to zoom in on that map a little bit better? No worries if you can't. So along this line here and this line here, we are proposing to plant buffer trees. Of the 0 required, we are proposing to plant 219. Of the 29 or 0 required street trees, however you want to look at it, we're proposing to plant 412. Those two numbers combine to 631 total trees that we're looking to plant. Which also adds up to the exact number of trees that we're looking to take out. As Matt said, there have been changes, and so we have decreased the amount of trees we're taking out, increased the amount of trees that we're leaving. We are currently removing 631 trees. We're looking to plant 631 trees, and we're preserving 294 trees. I'm about done. I just want to take a little bit of time. Some of the numbers really make a big impact on the changes that have happened with this project. So our original design, our original lot count with 121 lots, we're now down to 93. If you look at that as our reduction, we've reduced this project 27%, 26.8. If we take the 107 that was the first number, or the first plan actually submitted, and look at our design of 93, we're down to 13.1%. or we've reduced it 13.1%, sorry. The undisturbed open space here, so this large area, just this area that we have made the most drastic changes on. The original design, we had 65,000 square feet of open space there. Our current design has 141,000. So we've got an increase of 76,000 square feet of open space, an increase of 117%. For undisturbed open space in this loop road here, our original design, we had 9,000 square feet of open space, and we're now at 23,000 square feet of open space, a 14,000 square foot improvement. The density of this project, as Matt spoke to earlier, the subdivision ordinance has it zoned as medium density, and so you can have up to 8 units per acre. But the way the zoning actually sits, and this was one of the difficulties with this project, is looking at how those documents relate to each other. Zoning actually allows up to 10 units per acre, with a density bonus of up to 18 units per acre. So our original design, we had 3.18 units per acre, and we're now down to 2.76. The last one I'd like to look at is the common open space. Required was 10%. The original design had 10.7%, and we're now at 21.8%. We've more than doubled the amount of common open space. And one of the really nice things I think came about from the planning board meeting is the introduction of a potential hiking trail through this area. So we want to leave it as undisturbed as possible. We do want to make sure it is natural habitat, but if we can do a nice walking trail that connects from here up through the neighborhood back to either the top of the mountain here or the cul-de-sac, I think either option would be really nice and another really nice amenity for the community. I appreciate all your time. I know that was long, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them now.
Okay. Questions?
Can you briefly discuss Stormtech technology?
Sure. So I don't know if you have any familiarity with a septic system, a chambered septic system. So they look like domes, small yellow domes underground often. So Stormtech systems are very similar. They're designed to retain water. It's just a much larger dome, and so that dome is calculated based off of rainfall. It's actually based off of a 1-hour rain event in this area, which comes out to 1.39 inches in an hour. And so you have to retain that water, not all of it, but at least some of it for 48 hours as it discharges. And so what is required by the city is a 10-year system. Essentially what that means is, let's just call it X size. A 25-year system would be larger, and then 50-year would be beyond that. What we're looking at currently, and we haven't finished the designs just because there's been so many moving parts, we're going to be somewhere between a 25 or 50-year Stormtech system is what we're looking to provide.
Other questions? Anything?
What about ridge protection?
So, yeah, the ridge line
Yeah.
is at or above the 30%.
So great question. Here on this map, the areas in green are the areas that are above 30% grade.
Okay.
So the ridge line itself is actually not at 30% grade because it's flatter. So the area that Matt talked about with the 30% and trying to reduce the amount of development is here along the side. It's here. It's this area here. And so we really feel that we have reduced the development in those areas. We've pulled that back and we've made it something that we feel is complementary towards what the comprehensive plan was looking for.
So in the proposed conditions, I think it was number 6, it was talking about preserving the areas outside of the 30% slope. And I think staff had suggested that we eliminate lots 14 through 20, but your suggestion was to make them basement lots? Am I understanding all that correctly?
So yes, making those basement lots pulls that back. The way the comprehensive plan reads is to reduce the impact in that area, and so that's what we were looking to do. By completely eliminating those, this project just becomes infeasible for us. And so we looked at how many can I lose? And so we reduced 8 lots by pulling that road back. And then B, how can I reduce my footprint in that area? And so by making basement lots, we don't have to chase grade all the way down a hill and grade unnecessarily.
So do the basement lots achieve what staff was looking for in that proposed condition?
So the condition was a reflection of the comprehensive plan recommendation that we stay out of 30% lots, steep slopes. The comprehensive plan is a guiding document, and so we used that at the outset when we received the 107 lot project to encourage the developer to revisit that. Our sense is that he has done that. At this point, he's indicated that removing those lots entirely would make the project non-feasible. So from our perspective, the approach that he's taken is certainly attempted to address that issue. The question then becomes, is the project, acceptable from the perspective that the basement lots is the best solution that he feels he can offer.
Okay, thanks.
Do you guys intend on clear cutting the development?
I'm sorry, I missed that first
Do
part.
you intend on clear cutting the development prior to selling lots?
So the way for this subdivision, the subdivision rules require that 10% roads be graded in. And so that coupled with the need to have, grading away from lot pads, there will be, in these areas where the roads and houses are, we will be eliminating all trees, yes. And that's why we took the planting so seriously.
And you guys are willing to build a nature trail that connects to the surrounding developments?
Yes, so we spoke about that. The R1 concern and Wolf Chase has the same concern with their nature trails becomes liability. So absolutely, yes, we're willing to do that. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's on how that liability falls. Does it fall on my HOA or where does it fall? I think where we would propose that go is that once the nature trail is in, there would be an easement and it would be deeded over to the city, and then the HOA doesn't have to worry about the liability there. It's already a city-maintained road, and so we would just have that easement go from city-maintained road to city-maintained road. So I don't know that that's the best way. I think that's the best way at this time, but we're completely open to suggestions.
You're saying you want to make it a city park?
No. It would not be a park, but there would be an easement because,
So it'd be a city trail.
yes, it would be a city trail.
I mean, it would be no different than any other greenway or trail that we have. If we have an easement for that, it's going to be up to us to maintain it, just like we do any other. So we would be taking on that responsibility, but it would be just like any other, from a liability standpoint of our trails or roads or whatever that we maintain.
But it also means, if I'm correct, that any citizen could walk on the trails.
Sure does.
It does not mean that only the residents of this development or Wolf Chase, or it could be any resident.
Well, on this particular trail, I don't know the status of the trails.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
it means in this area.
Citizens can, they're public, going to be public streets anyway, so citizens could walk all up in there, and then, they could walk on the trail from one public street to the other public street.
That's right.
Yeah. Good point, yeah.
Other questions?
Oh, one more.
Yeah.
Sorry. There were like piles of rock.
Yeah,
like lots.
that's a understatement.
Well, so It appeared as though there was a quarry.
Yeah, so past satellite images, and I can't confirm because I'm just going off of past satellite images, but basically when you look at Wolf Chase as it was under construction, when it was just being clear cut, there are clear paths going from Wolf Chase to where this large pile of rock is now. So my assumption is that those are all boulders from rolling down the mountain. The developer who owned Wolf Chase then sold to the developers who now own Ballantyne, who are now looking to sell this property to me. And so those boulders, we're going to look to make more architectural landscape features. So some of the areas that we would be looking to plant or put those are along Half Moon Trail, as, you know, just natural boulders. I think it'll really add a nice element to the neighborhood. And we're going to look at, you know, potentially maybe here at the end of the cul-de-sac, maybe there's an opportunity to put some boulders, but ultimately the goal is to get rid of as many boulders selectively and artistically as possible on site. And then we'll deal with the rest.
Do you expect to have to blast on any of your site?
So we have done 34 soil borings on site. And we have encountered some refusal or just solid elements. It's really hard to tell exactly what those solid elements are at this point, but we know enough to know approximately where 4 or 5 borings were up here. We can see at what level those are, and so when we really hit that solid refusal, we said, okay, let's try and stay out of that. So we made sure our road grades were above that, our home grades were above that, our utility, because those are ultimately your lowest items, those were above it as well. So we are anticipating some stone, some rock, but we're not anticipating the same quantity of boulders found in that pile.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, may I ask a question? I want to make one point of clarification in that the city, so the roads in the neighboring development have been dedicated, but not all of them have been accepted. It's not been accepted by the city all the way up to the property line. And so I've not heard it. You and I had talks about that, and staff and I have had talks about that. And so we talked about that you would actually be the one to petition for the city to take over maintenance of the portion that's on the Ballantyne Commons side.
Correct.
Right? And so I just feel like that maybe that needs to be a condition as well, that you'll be doing that and then bringing it up to city standards before city takes over maintenance.
Sure. Just to clarify, you said Ballantyne Commons. It's actually Wolf Chase.
I'm sorry, Wolf.
I just wanted to clarify for.
Okay.
But yes.
But okay, so you're willing to make that a condition in there so that, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you're saying basically that the roads would have to be built to city standards?
Well, so where the gate is, between that, it's been a long time since, it's been like August since we talked about it, but it's not up to city standards between the gate and, you know, where the city accepted it, the point at where the city accepted it is up to standards.
At the
right?
four-way?
Tom could address it better than I. No, I'm talking back up on the neighboring property.
Okay.
It doesn't become a city street till we accept the dedication. So there's a gap right now. That's why there's a gate. If it was a city street, there wouldn't be allowed to be a gate. And so we have to accept that maintenance, and I just want to make sure that that's been all addressed to provide that connectivity. So the city you would petition the city to take over maintenance of that piece after you build it to standard?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The questions for the developer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we will open this public hearing. We have several people who have signed up to speak and would really appreciate your limiting your remarks to about 4 minutes, because we have some digital comments that came in, and there may be some people online that also want to speak. So the first person who signed up to speak is Janice Malandine. And again, if you'll give your name and address officially for the clerk's record, please.
Certainly. Good evening. Long night. My name's Janice Malandine, and I live in the Wolf Chase Homeowners Association. My address is 135 Creek Walk Lane. We are right below the proposed development that they're asking for. I'm here tonight to voice my strong opposition to the Half Moon Heights rezoning and development. I want to thank the City Council for taking the time to hear what we have to say. If you've had the opportunity to listen to or read any of the transcripts from the Neighborhood Compatibility meeting, the Tree Board meeting, the Planning Board meeting, you've heard a chorus of concern with the rezoning of these 33 acres for a housing development. I really hope that you've had time to look over those and read the letters that have been submitted to you. Concerned Hendersonville residents have shown up to all of these meetings. We've written letters, attended on Zoom, signed a petition. We've consistently pointed out how the development goes against many of the City of Hendersonville's own comprehensive plans, and pleaded for our government officials to take into consideration the folks that already live there. Us. To take care of us instead of putting us at potential risk with the development up above us. Every concern we bring up is very real to us. I won't go into them in detail again because they've been discussed at every single meeting, and it's been well documented through this process. It feels to me that what we've been through with this rezoning request is showing us that the government process established to protect and serve us, the residents, is instead pushing us aside, ignoring our concerns as being trivial or overly dramatic. It's putting us at great risk by bringing in more developments, more people, more traffic, without taking into consideration the current residents, the lack of infrastructure to adequately handle the increased population, dealing with the traffic flow on Half Moon Trail. For us, that is our only entrance and exit. It is a public road, but it's always been gated. The stormwater runoff and overdevelopment that could lead to erosion and flooding. In our area, we already sit in a floodplain. We already have houses. When we have 4, 5, 6 inches of rain, water is several feet deep coming up to their porches. I realize they're promising that they're going to put underwater retention systems. And based on the computer programs that their engineers are using, you know, I believe that's what they're going to do. However, with increased climate problems, with increased storms, increased rainfall, we all have seen, Haywood County, all around us, we all have seen what climate concerns, increased storms have done, have ravaged in neighboring communities. What they're going to put in today, 3 years from now, right now it probably will not work. Just because their computers are outdated and using those models, the climate has changed. 3 to 5 years from now, what they're saying will be controlled up the hill is going to be in my backyard. You need to protect us in this deal too. The 10-year or 25-year system that they're suggesting they put in, I do not feel is adequate. We're going to have more runoff from that hill once you clear cut 500 trees and put in saplings instead. People that are attracted to Hendersonville value the beauty of the land around us because of this mountainous, forested land. It stabilizes and adds to the value of our homes and our lifestyle. When he clear cuts that forest for his roads and these houses, what's it going to do to our home values? The people that already live here, that are depending on you to protect us. Have you ever had this nagging gut feeling that something was really wrong? Your doctor, your chiropractor, your friends go, you worry too much. You look around though and you point out this or that to other people, and again, they say don't worry about it. Somebody else will take care of it. But what happens if they don't? What if you don't take care of it? What if he doesn't build it the way he says he's going to? Any mistake falls on us. A few years down the road, that old nagging feeling becomes a very real problem, and now you're stuck with it. That's what I'm feeling right now with this proposed development. That nagging feeling, there's something very wrong here, folks. When our homes become flooded from runoff and inadequate stormwater retention, who's going to take care of us? Is the city going to bail us out because you're allowing this development to happen? Or will the developer take care of us because he's promising he's going to take care of it and we're not going to be affected by it? Or is it all going to fall on us?
Can you kind of...
Yep. When our children are at risk because of the high traffic on Half Moon Trail as they try to get on and off the bus, and by the way, Half Moon Trail is a public street and that bus will not travel up it. They're not going to get those buses to come down that street. Our kids are at risk getting on the bus now at the intersection of Half Moon Trail and Highway 64. Let's add more traffic to that. Would you want your children out there? What about the traffic accidents that's going to happen with the increased traffic on Half Moon Trail? Who's going to pay for the medical bills when those come around? If the developer is going to build these homes, is he going to be consistent with the building? We haven't even heard that he is going to build the homes. And if he farms these out to multiple builders, how do we know they're going to be up to specs? How do we know we're going to be protected the way that they're built? Please, protect the citizens, the residents in Hendersonville County that already live here, and make sure that this development is rock solid before you let it pass. Our homes depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I apologize, I am not sure, husband was a doctor, but I still can't always read very rapid handwriting. 40 Snowy Egret Highway? Okay, sorry.
Rapid
And
handwriting.
if you would give your name and address, please.
You're not the first. My name is Gus Marchank.
Okay.
I'm originally from
Could
Charleston.
you spell that so we can get it down?
Sure. Martschink.
Okay, thank you. I was
40
pretty sure about
Snowy
the Gus.
Egret, yeah.
Want to be sure about the other.
Well, that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're not the first. Don't worry about it. I answered anything. 40 Snowy Egret, Wolf Pen 2. I'm originally from Charleston, South Carolina, if you can't tell. I love the creeks and the marsh and the beaches, and I'm also a certified hypnotherapist, so don't look at me right now. But I'm going to ask you to go to the beach right now. And you're walking along the beach, and as you do walk along the beach, you look down and you see a starfish. You bend down, look at it. You pick it up. Is the starfish alive or dead? Should I take it home and put it in a jar or on a plate and look at it? Well, the way you do that is you turn it upside down, right side up. And there are little phalanges, little feet, and you hold it there for about a minute, and if it moves, it's alive, those little phalanges. If you don't, take it home, if you wish. But if it's alive, you walk out into the water and you put it in there gently and turn it back so that the bottom is on the marsh. Well, you know, there's millions and millions of them puppies all over the place. But what does it really matter for one starfish? Doesn't matter to anybody else, but it matters to the starfish. This piece of property is pristine. I live looking at those rocks where the animals live. I look down on a more than 30% grade at that. We've had bears in our backyard, and that doesn't bother us a bit. That piece of property is your starfish. You have entering the community this sign. You probably recognize it and something you should be proud of because it speaks about Hendersonville being the city of trees. You've got a lot of people coming at you right now with different developments and different ideas because everyone wants to make a fast buck, and your tax increase base would not hurt a bit, would it? Except you can take that sign and take it down if you're going to continue in the path of this. So it's really a simple thing. I'm not going to repeat what this lady said. You've seen the information. You know what it is. I'm just going to say to you very simply, while the developer may have all well-intended thoughts, he is profit motivated, which is capitalism, and that's okay to some extent. But, and I look to you now, ma'am, if he goes south with it, if you should approve it, what are you going to do to protect the land so it can be refixed if it's left high and dry? You know how to do that. Do it well and make it a big surety bond. Surety bond. But I don't think you should do the project at all. And that's not being disrespectful to the developer. Hendersonville's a beautiful place. But you just can't keep cutting trees down and putting twigs in there in its place in hopes that the water will flow uphill. By the way, it only does that in the creeks and the marsh and the ocean. It doesn't do it on land. And that water's going to flow down. And this lady that just spoke is right. You have a problem. The problem is not a willing developer. The problem is the land. It should not be developed, period. Unless, of course, you see in your infinite wisdom you should put a park there. You hear what I'm saying? Kill the project, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay. Lynn Williams, had you wanted to speak at this public hearing, or was it just the other one?
Try to go quickly. I am tired, as I'm sure you guys are tired. Thank you for your time. Lynn Williams, 309 Chadwick Avenue. So what I saw with the planners presenting, they said the growth management plan designates this land for preservation and enhancement. And yet the proposal is saying it wants to cut down over 600 trees, mature trees, 2/3 of the forest cut down. How does this protect our tree canopy? This is a crime against nature. The tree board statement, very clear. This is incompatible. I've seen all the tree board's responses and none have come back a blanket declaration that this is incompatible. Please listen to your tree board. Chapter 3, Section 3.3. I don't remember what it was, but he pointed it out, and this is going against it. You appointed the tree board in the public interest to advise you to make the most informed decisions possible. In the process of creating 93 homes, you will decimate the homes of thousands. Thousands. The economic value of a tree, 100 trees removes 53 tons of carbon dioxide, times 6 would be 318 tons of carbon dioxide, 430 pounds of other air pollutants, so times 6 would be 2,580 pounds of air pollutants per year. Tree-filled neighborhoods lower levels of domestic violence and safer, more sociable neighborhoods for people. 100 mature trees catch 139,000 gallons of rainwater per year. Times that by 6, that's 834,000 gallons of rainwater that will no longer be caught by the trees and added to our floodplains very quickly. And when they say caught, that means the droplets stay on the trees, and that helps retain and mitigate the floods from occurring to begin with. It saves, trees save up to 56% on annual air conditioning costs and 3% on heating when they block the winter winds. 100 healthy trees over 30 years old can provide $360,000 in benefits to our collective community. Times that by 6, that's $2,184,000 of collective benefits. I'm citing this from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Lastly, as the developer explained, the tree requirements are minuscule for this. 29 trees, you can cut down 600 and only have to replace 29. The tree board has clearly stated this is incompatible. And like I said, this is the first time I've seen said this. Please consider objecting to this. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all who has signed up for tonight in person. Is there anyone seeking recognition for speaking online?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We do have some digital comments that came in. One, I'll find the right one here to start with. David Litigate at 68 Winter Wren Circle, Hendersonville. And his comment is as follows. And I will, this will be the 4-minute time limit too. I don't think this will go 4 minutes, but if you could put that on the screen for me. My wife and I live in Wolf Pen overlooking a small, beautiful forested area where a new subdivision is planned. I attended the planning committee meeting and heard the promises made by the developer on how he was going to preserve the environment and make beautiful, closely built homes with no views. He admitted that the homes will not be affordable to the average homebuyer. Nevertheless, the planning board approved this development with promises. Concerns of the folks from Wolf Chase were ignored: flooding, traffic, and congestion. So many trees are going to be removed, a habitat destroyed, a floodplain altered. If it is going to be built, the street named Rustling Pines should be the main entrance. Less lots should be offered. More trees should be preserved, not planted. Homes should not be built on the steep slopes. Promises should be kept, the hardwood trees saved. Phases 1 and only phase 1 should be developed until it is deemed that such a subdivision is viable. All the trees in the other phases should be preserved until then. No additional streets or sewers until phase 1 is sold. Okay, the next one is from Donna Waters at 73 Winter Wren Circle, Hendersonville. And I know this is short enough. Requesting that since the council members have been focused on being reelected and that a final decision on Half Moon Heights petition be postponed to the next meeting. The land for the proposed development would be better suited to the cluster development strongly suggested in the Planning Committee document outlining future development. High Vista in Mills River is a good example of being able to build quality homes on steep lots with the loss of very few trees, and they had to put in individual septic systems. The tree board members were visibly appalled when they saw that the site plan that had the mature trees to be removed marked and realized they would be taking out 75% of them, including those on steep slopes and right on the property line with Wolf Pen 2. Thank you. The other digital comments were from Janice Melendine, who already did speak. So those have been covered. Okay, those are our comments. Not seeing anyone else online. Okay, then we can close this public hearing. Okay, council. Discussion, thoughts?
Can we go back over this nature trail thing, because I'm confused by the gifting of the trail to the city? That seems potentially like a liability, and so I just need to hear everybody's thoughts on that. Or the attorneys.
Bad idea.
Do you want me to comment a little bit further? So, you know, anytime, like, if they were to show it on their plat, their subdivision plat, and mark it public, that would be a dedication to the city, but until the city accepts it, it would not become public. So if you required them to show it on the plat as a dedication, and then at some point in the future, the city could decide to accept that dedication, that might be one way to handle it. But again, it does not become public till the city actually accepts it. So if he deeded an easement, I guess we would negotiate the terms of that, but basically he would be proposing to, in either case, make a public foot trail, public mode of, you know, another public mode of transportation, so.
I think it's a bad idea for us to be responsible for maintaining that trail.
Agreed. Yeah.
I guess another option would be just to put as a condition, it would be for, you know, he'd have to do it for his, for his residents only if you want there to be a trail, period. I mean, he always can do that without your permission anyway, really.
Many
Put in a
developments
trail.
have walking trails.
Right.
It's, so, what was the issue again with the development having a walking trail?
Liability.
So the same thing that you're concerned with, liability, is the same thing that we would be concerned with, because I can't guarantee who's going to that trail. And so it was a request of planning board that we include that.
So the request is that it connect to the neighboring development.
Okay.
Just to make sure that was clear.
And so I'm perfectly happy with keeping that and maintaining it. It's if we wanted, if your request was that it be opened up to the city, I have the same liability concerns that you do.
I understand.
But just because you connect it to the other doesn't give the other people permission to come and use it.
Exactly. So if you actually had a walking trail for your development, then that's a totally different situation.
Sure, absolutely.
And you're willing to do that?
100%.
Okay.
Could he even connect it to the other neighborhood's trail? Because
Well,
that's
basically what he's saying, and they're saying, is if you do connect it, then you're essentially giving a path of connectivity
yeah.
that you're designating for that purpose, as opposed to you're going to have a walking trail that people are going to use, but you're not inherently telling them that you may use your trail. But is that what I'm
So
understanding?
it will be, I mean, I'll write it into our HOA. It will be something that the HOA will maintain. It will be for our HOA, just like Wolf Chase has one for their HOA. So it will not connect to Wolf Chase's trail system, because they are not interested in that either.
Right.
And so it will just connect to our roads and our sidewalks.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask either, I don't know, Mr. Manley or Mr. Holloway, this was once plotted as another development already, correct?
It was included as part of the Ballantine Commons property. It never had any proposed development. It was a future phase of development. It didn't show like buildings laid out or anything like that. But the reason it was included is because they had to build a road through it in order to provide the second access point for fire.
Okay.
For
but it-
Phase
it
2 of
had-
Ballantyne.
It had not been platted out
That's
or
correct.
anything like that ahead of time?
That's correct.
Okay. Wanted to be sure about that. Thank you.
Got the minutes from that meeting,
Okay.
if anyone cares to read.
That's all right.
Do you know what it could have been built at, the density, as it was then? Was it all?
So it was PRD, so it's that 10 units per acre with the density bonus of 18 would be my understanding, but
What was that
my
at?
understanding would also be that they would have had to have come back because they did not include any details in their site plan for that site. They would have had to come back to get that approved. So nothing that we found showed that they were approved for a specific density, but it could have been up to 18. I think that's right where Ballantyne Commons is right at 18 units per acre. So if they were going to continue another phase of Ballantyne, it would.
That total would have been, and can you calculate that out? Might have been.
33.65 times 18.
Do it in your head, Matt.
I'm 100% looking at Lou Holloway with the
Gosh, in other
calculator
words.
over there. 605 units on 33.65 acres.
All right, thank you.
Well, I'll throw a comment in, or did you want to say something?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to speak to this last public comment. It's about the election. I mean, there was only one of us running, so I'm not sure, where that comment came from.
There were two of
Two
you
of us,
running.
two people running.
Oh,
was a
I'm thinking of my
council
own.
conversation.
Sorry, I was thinking council stuff. My fault. Sorry, Mayor Vogt. I'm just thinking of mine, I'll be honest with you, and slugging it out on my own. And without exception, through multiple telephone calls, meeting with people, emails, there is no one who is in favor of this. Nobody. And I asked several people, I said, are you against this development or are you against all development? And there was a mix. There were some people that were against all development, but some people said, I'm just against this development, and several of the reasons they've mentioned, and of course of the 40-plus emails we've all gotten, all those reasons as well. I am fresh off of campaigning, and it was overwhelming. I will mention, nobody mentioned Boyd Park. Everybody mentioned this. So I just can't support it. It's just too dense. And all the risks that they're talking about, and it's just way too many trees to come down.
Comments?
So I have a lot of thoughts about this, and I have to say that I have the feeling that Janice was talking about, the nagging feeling. I do appreciate all of the thought that the Schlotterbecks have put into this project. I have not seen a developer yet actually think about all of these things before we brought them up to them. And so I do appreciate all that hard work that you put in. But I think even with all of that, this project and the other project that we're going to have to talk about in a minute have opened up a bigger can of worms for me, in that the infrastructure things that have been brought up, and we have all of these developments coming in. We have almost 1,300 that have already been approved, and another 700, plus or minus, give or take a few, units that are coming down the pipeline. And yes, we need housing. I just went through the process of looking for a house. It's a nightmare. But I think we can also afford to be a little bit more discretionary in the units that are coming in, because we are such a desirable area. And this particular piece of property, with all of the traffic concerns, the stormwater concerns, climate change being one of the things that we have to think about, and all of the natural habitat and the trees that are being taken down, there's just too many ifs and not knowings with this for me to be able to support it right now.
Other comments?
I'll throw this out. And I wasn't running, so I wasn't playing politics with it, and I don't believe Jerry was either, and certainly no Barbara wasn't. But some things really get difficult here when you're sitting up here. People have a right to develop property in some capacity. It's going to be next to impossible to make everybody happy. When I start judging things off of a gut, and I have the same feelings too, it's you can't do that up here just on a gut. You have to be given a set of tools, and you have to trust them until somebody proves to you that you shouldn't. We all know some things are different than they were 10 years ago, 15 years ago. I agree with that. I also hate to see all these. I went up and walked the property the other day, a beautiful day, and it was gorgeous. You also hate to see that go. But again, where you guys lived, that was all like that at one time too. A lot of it was beautiful area that somebody didn't want to see go. And I don't know where you find this middle ground that really gets everybody comfortable. And I'm glad I'm leaving it. I'm just going to tell you, because it tears me up to see people that upset. But it also, I feel like people have a right to develop their property within the guidelines given. And I've never seen anybody work much harder to try to do it and still get to a point of, I guess, profitability, and that's not an evil word to me. But, you know, I'd sure like there to be some big fund that we could go around and buy property and keep it green. But until that time comes, we have to, and these folks that'll be here, and Debbie, when she's sitting here, have to have some guidelines in it. And people are spending a lot of money working on these plans and trying to work with you. And I just don't know where you're ever going to approve something because you're never going to be able to make the folks that live right there happy. And I don't blame you. I wouldn't like it either. But I just don't know what's right and what's wrong, and how you know, when that burden falls on you, you're making a decision, you know, you're going to upset somebody. And for that, I'm sorry, but do know that everything's considered.
I think I'm probably like the least emotional person up here. I try to make decisions always off of facts. And I know one of the things that I talked to the residents about, or at least several of you guys, was compromise and what you could live with. And I think you even mentioned, you know, having something that you could actually want. And so, you know, when I read the pages, the packet that you guys gave me the other day of the talking points, and the things that I feel like the developers tried to accommodate to, and then the things that we've discussed with the traffic, the four-way stops, you know, staying off of that grade, creating the trails, like, I feel like we're trying to make accommodations to make this a project that everyone can be semi-happy with. And I know that not everybody's going to be pleased, and I know that people will be upset and mad, but I think that the accommodations that the developer, has made, and I think that the requests to DOT to discuss the traffic on 64, I think that those have been discussions that have needed to be had for a long time. And so I'm definitely willing to bring those up with DOT to start moving the ball forward on getting a traffic light out there. I don't know who we have to talk to with the school system, but somebody mentioned the bus stops, and I think that that's definitely something that needs to be discussed out there as well, with the bus stopping on 64. That does not seem okay to me. But those are just my comments.
I have similar feelings to Jeff in that people have the right to develop property that they own unless it can be purchased for conservation. And as the size of the lots, the number of houses gets smaller, the size of the lots gets bigger, the price goes up. With all the concerns we have for housing, this is, I wish there was some way to do both, to have fewer houses, but still be affordable. I think, and unless you're getting very large lots in there, no matter what goes into it, trees are going to get cut down. It just gets so prohibitively expensive to try to do minimal tree removal when you have to have roads and buildable areas. I also am extremely torn about it. You know, people like the green space next to them. Yeah, it is wonderful, but it's property that belongs to somebody else. And unless it is purchased to remain green, the owners have a right to do something with it. Could I ask either Lou or Mr. Manley, if someone wanted to, could they just go in there right now and take down those trees? Not knowing what they wanted to do with it. They want to harvest the trees and sell for hardwood. Could they do that?
Without it being rezoned?
Yeah, without our permission.
Yeah, so we do not have any type of tree protection ordinance in place. That would only come into play through a condition that was, if the previous approval for this site said all the trees on that site are to remain in place, which I have not seen. And then the other way that we protect trees is through that trade-off with the credits, tree credits. That's the only way. But we don't have anything that says if a tree's over this diameter, you can't cut it. If it's on your property, you can cut it down outside of historic districts.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Mentioned was doing it in phases. Is there any chance you could do this in phases?
Yes, we already planned to.
Could you bring that back up and show us what?
Sure. Could you just go to that landscape plan, that last one? So, phase one will be this part of the road here. We are going to, so we'll have erosion control for this part of the phase as well. This part of the phase there's actually a surplus of dirt in it. And so in some of the previous meetings, I had said that if there was a negative amount of dirt, if I needed dirt from elsewhere, I would have to cut into other places. Well, that's not the case. I have a surplus. And so what we're probably going to look to do is I'll have erosion control measures here at the base of this slope that will be protecting all of these existing trees. And then we'll also have the erosion control. It'll probably go into phase 3 here. So real quickly, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And so I'll have my erosion control, a part of it will be here at phase 3 so that I have a place for material laydown and also a place to put that surplus dirt, because phase 3 it has a negative amount of dirt. And so I need the dirt from phase 1 to make phase 3 work. And so it needs to stay on site. But so that will be here. And then our second phase, once we've started building, we'll move to phase 2 here, and then there will be a trickle effect into phase 3.
Would the stormwater measures be put in the same time as phase 1?
Great question, and yes. Yep.
So that,
used?
so that would be, so we have two Ncdeq systems. This one here only serves phase 2, and this Ncdeq system that will be over here will service phase 1. It will come down Half Moon Trail, it'll cut across into into this area, and then phase 3 will run down this road into there. And so the Ncdeq system underneath the playground here will be installed early. So it will be installed before any building happens in phase 1.
Thank you.
Say that again for me. What you just said, just there.
So the Ncdeq system for this road and this road will be installed before any houses are built on phase 1. So I'll have stormwater retention measures in place before any houses are built.
And you would not start cutting the other area until all of that's done, right? Is that what you're telling me?
So yes, we will be phasing it, and so I will not move into another phase until one phase is ready.
Are you building all the roads at once, or just the roads
No, ma'am.
per phase?
Yeah, we're building the roads per phase. So everything will be done per phase, but I guess where I'm a little leery is, we'll decide when it's best to move into that second phase. We won't do it until the first phase is ready, but ready doesn't mean all homes built. I need to be able to start, phase 2 before that.
But you'll have the infrastructure in place, everything set up in phase 1 and maybe part of phase 3 if you're having.
You're absolutely right. And we'll also have temporary erosion control measures. We don't have those yet. It's not required as part of this, and it's not something that we can even get until we have a firm number of houses, because everything is generated based off of impervious surface. And so there will be temporary erosion control measures that will be taken into account to hold that water in the meantime.
What about the installation of water and sewer? I mean,
sorry?
that has to go in first, right?
Oh, yeah. So, again, water and sewer, so there's a water connection here up at Ballantyne. There's another water connection down here at Wolf Chase. And then there's a sewer connection down at Wolf Chase. And so water and sewer will be installed all along, well, I don't want to get too far ahead of the civil engineer. Again, he does his design based off of final design here. So, but whatever is required for phase 1 will be installed, be it down this main road of Half Moon Trail, or if he has it come across, I'm not sure what his final design will be. But yes, everything for phase 1 will be installed ahead of time.
All of those public utilities and stormwater and streets and sidewalks are required to be constructed before the final plat can be approved. So that's part of our process that's kind of already baked in, just to make that clear.
I would like to add that the potential flooding is a big concern of ours too. We want to do the best we can to help. As the members of Wolf Chase said, this is the current flood map. And as you can see here, this is a 100-year flood zone. This is a natural wetland zone. So to today's standards, these homes would not have been built because of where they're located. And so it is an issue. It is something that needs to be considered, but I strongly believe that it's not something that our project will add to. It is a problem that they are facing. And so I think one of the things that maybe we could add is, planning board, when we suggested that maybe we do a 25-year or a system for a 25-year flood, that was taken over well. We spoke with someone at Stormwater Management for the city, and he said that, anything over and above what is already required is great. But I would like to add maybe at this meeting that we can, instead of doing a 25-year flood system, we can have a system designed for a 50-year flood. So we're not just going one level above what would be required, we could go 2 levels above what would be required. But, you know, regardless of what my, you know, this project or the next project or any project does, you know, flooding is going to continue to be an issue there. And then one other concern, there was someone who had concerns with the density of this project, and with the medium density that this is currently zoned as, you know, that range goes from 2 to 8, and we're at 2.7 or 2.78. And so we're really proposing some of the lowest density that really almost could be accepted here. And so, you know, the way, while I understand the habitat and the trees coming down is an issue, I strongly understand that, and we want to do what we can to fix that. The alternative is you put in an apartment building, something with 10 to 18 units per acre, something that generates a mass amount of traffic down these roads. And so what's the trade-off there? There's the potential to save more environment, but there's also large parking lot requirements now. And so the trade-off there, I really believe that single-family homes are, while the term affordable is batted around often, this is not an affordable housing project. It can't be, but it is semi-affordable. We're, you know, pre-COVID, we were looking to do $350,000 to $450,000 homes. Now we're about, I mean, just with the price of materials, we're about $375,000 to $475,000, and that's just the facts. But you know, I forget where I was going with that. So the natural environment, we really want to do our part with that, and we're trying to mitigate that as best as possible.
Those homes that are down along that floodplain there, those are the ones that are already part of Wolf Chase?
Correct.
Right,
Yeah.
It's a shame.
I have a question for Matt. So, or whomever from staff that wants to answer it. So with the current zoning, could someone come in and build an apartment complex without ever coming to us first?
No. It's a CZD. So once that was put in place and not built, or nothing was even proposed specifically for that site. So once that rezoning took place, it basically ensured that whatever happens on this particular parcel has to come back to you guys for approval.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a couple comments based on everyone else's comments. I want to be clear that the decision that I make on this is not just based on a nagging feeling, it is based on the tools that we have. One of those tools being the comprehensive plan, which needs to be updated, and we all know that, and we're working on it. But in our comprehensive plan, in the county's comprehensive plan, it's both listed for, what did we call it, growth management and conservation. And so, and the way it was zoned previously, being that anyone would have to come back to have it be developed, leads me to believe that past councils and governing bodies have had the forethought that maybe this parcel isn't meant to be developed. And I am totally for people developing. We need more houses, I know. But there's just something about this piece of property that is telling me we shouldn't go down that path. One, because, I mean, and I appreciate you, again, coming back to us and making more concessions. Like, I literally have never seen a developer do that. But it just, there's too many infrastructure issues here. And I know that we can petition Ncdeq to put a light there, but they're going to do whatever they want to do. And we can't guarantee they're going to do it. And we can't guarantee that the school system's going to move the bus stop. What we can do is not push the development forward. And that's the only guarantee that we would know that all these things would be mitigated. So I just think, and I'll say it again, I said it earlier, this development and the other one we're going to talk about is just opening up a bigger discussion where we need to be looking at all of these projects together, because there are a lot of units coming already approved and a lot more coming down the pipe. And we are, I feel, looking at insular projects as opposed to looking at them up here. And I think we've reached a turning point in the growth of the city that we really must start doing that to keep the integrity of the brand of Hendersonville.
Madam Mayor, can I speak?
Yes.
First of all, I apologize a while ago. I guess I was thinking too much of the primary. I apologize to you. It's been, since July, it's been very busy. I want to address the fact that the word affordable was even mentioned in this meeting. There is nothing about these that's affordable. Let's get that off the table. This is for people with money to buy a really nice house up on a hill. So let's don't even go down, they don't even go down the path to talk about affordability. Okay, these are for people that are probably retired or have a very nice job. So that doesn't fall into that category. And, we have 1,300 units coming online that pretty much all fall into that market rate. So these just add to that. My second comment is with the comment about making decision based on emotion. So you've read all the emails. These people have sent emails. They've talked to us. They have plenty of facts to support their point of view. So we can't act like we or whoever's making the decision has a superior hold to the facts. We just disagree on how to judge those facts.
You're representing us.
Okay. Well, public hearing is over, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My final point was, when I got to my seat tonight, I got Friends of DuPont Forest. And I thought back to when I first moved here, and there was this is not exactly the same, it's not even close, because that was a much bigger development. But in that circumstance, the state stepped in and said, hey, you can't have that. That's an important asset for everybody to be able to use. And I feel like if this developer wants to come back and have half the number of sites and the houses cost more and save half the trees, I'm willing to listen. But at this point, it's more taking than it's giving in comparison to the other neighborhoods around it. But I do appreciate, Mr. Slaughterbeck, that you have tried really hard. And I am sorry that you're tied to this particular development, because there's lots of other developments I wish you were tied to. So I appreciate that you are working hard here to try to work with council. I think it's just the property that's the distinction, or that's the disagreement here. So this is not in any way a judgment on your character or how hard you're working to try to do something right. It's just, in my opinion, too many houses.
All right, I'm going to do something that's a little, whatever, right or wrong. It's obvious where this is laying out right now, and I'm not going to put the mayor in the position to have to make the deciding vote. So I'm not going to vote for this. But I am going to tell you this. You guys got to figure this out. You got to figure out you can't use the rules in one time and not later. We've approved a lot of stuff with less density than this. And luckily, this is hopefully one of the last ones for me. But I believe you've worked beyond what could have been asked for you to try to make this work. And it's very confusing to me because I know you guys, how you feel, but I'm not going to vote for it. I want you just to make your motion and let's get on, because I know where this is going and I will not put Barbara in that position.
Well, if you guys want to decline it, you can make the motion to deny it.
Pardon?
He asked if we could defer.
I don't know that it would fix things, but I think it might give us more chance to talk with some of the neighbors. I don't know that it will fix anything, but I think I'd like to defer it a month if that's on the table.
I have one question. The final thing that you showed us, am I right, that's the first time anybody's seen that?
No, sir. It was at the last meeting.
The one with all the trees put in there? The 637 trees?
Oh, that was at our first meeting.
Really?
I've shown that all along.
Okay, all right, I guess, I apologize to you, sir, that's the, I've looked at a lot of things, but somehow or another I missed that part.
It's always been important to us.
Okay.
It's not something so there are multiple items that we have thrown out there.
Okay.
So that number has slightly increased. When we dropped the amount of trees that we were taking out, there was a small number that we were able to bridge the gap so that we could replant everything that we're taking out. And so we made a small change, but that's all.
There's some discussion going on here.
Don't mean to.
And I didn't mean to imply that this was affordable housing.
I know, but I
That's how
just,
you,
I know that, but even talking about affordability, I'm like, these are homes for wealthy people, you know? I mean, they're just gonna have to pay more. I mean, that exists all over the county.
Can we, what do you guys want to do?
Angie has something to say.
I just wanted to share what our discussion was about over here, and that was, can it be deferred? And the answer is yes, it can. Even though a new council would be coming on, it can. And that's what the discussion was, just so everybody's privy to the same information.
I have a question. If it were deferred, though, because it's deferred, doesn't Jeff have to rule on it?
It stays as old business.
Really?
You can do it that way, but you don't have to.
Okay, that's fine, because I remember there was something Steve had to rule on that last night before he left council. That's why I asked that.
And maybe that was a quasi judicial, but this is a legislative matter.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have a problem with, but you could still put it on, you're going to have an old business portion of the agenda anyway, right? Don't you normally do that?
unfinished business.
Truth is, I think you're going to need more than a month to really get this worked out, but if you want to defer. But if we vote right now, we'll not vote for it.
I hope that the residents in Wolf Chase are willing to sit down with you and work as hard as you've worked to try to make this feasible. Because I think that they understand that there's going to be development there at some point, and we talked about that the other day, that it would be really nice to be able to directly affect, and you guys have good ideas and good concerns, and we talked about those the other day, to be able to directly affect what's going to be right next to you. Because short of being able to offer solutions, at some point, you know, there may not be as many options.
Can we put this off indefinitely until the developer comes back? Or do we have to designate like next month or the month after or whatever?
That's a matter of parliamentary procedure. I don't know if there's anything in the ordinance.
Okay, yeah, I wondered in the ordinance if it said.
But I don't know of anything in the ordinance to you guys that would say, no, that puts a time limit on this, the city council. So Madam Chair, that's parliamentary,
up now.
whenever you decide to appropriate or how to handle that section.
Oh, your mic was off.
Oh.
I'm sorry. It would be up to your discretion as the mayor and under the rules of parliamentary procedure of how you'd like to handle it, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So would we even have to make the motion to approve or deny? Can we just postpone?
You may.
Further discussion?
You may.
Okay.
And if it wasn't brought up next, you know, somebody could make the motion to bring it back up, but yes, you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Do you want a motion to that, or does that need a motion to do that?
Postpone?
I think you can by consensus. That's what you did with Providence Walk, in effect, basically the same thing. I think you did make the consensus was to postpone it to this meeting, but it wasn't by vote. But you could by consensus to postpone it.
What would you like as direction here? Would you like us to vote on?
So my only question is, how do we will need to make sure we notify? I mean, I think the folks from the residential areas would like to know when it comes back on the agenda. I think so. We would need to, just some direction from staff and the folks that are here tonight, how we make sure. I mean, we can put the responsibility on the residents to watch the agenda, or would you like staff to do something different to notify the folks that it will be on the agenda. You see what I'm saying?
I do, and that's a different consideration, but, so, I mean, if you postpone it to a certain date, then that would satisfy that concern. That's right. So you could do that.
Or we could wait for the developer to notify planning staff that he's ready or not ready, and then we could, and we could do our notification if you wanted to do that.
Well, if
I
we
wouldn't want to spring it on anybody.
No.
That's not the purpose of it.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
If we were to put it off to a meeting certain, and at that point the developer was not ready, or we could always, at that meeting, say, we are going to, put it off again.
Good.
But at least if we chose some meeting date in the future, people leaving here tonight know when at least it's scheduled to be on the agenda again.
To be discussed. And there does come a point, and I can't tell you when it is, but there does come a point where it goes on for so long that you have to start the process over.
Right.
And I can't tell you what that is, but,
Can you find that out? Is that like something in a statute somewhere?
Planning staff can probably tell us what that is.
I mean, you can't find that, okay, that's not a number?
It's not a number, it's just at some point, somebody could make the argument that, so much time has gone by that it needs to start over, or go back through the process, go back to the planning board, go back to the public hearing, you know what I mean? It can't go on forever. We couldn't, like, years, couldn't post,
We don't want to do that.
I know, I'm just saying, if you wanted a number that I could give a definite, that's about as definite as I can.
Over there.
2 months is no problem.
I would recommend we set it for the January meeting. And then if they're not ready, we will push it back again.
I would like to set it for the following meeting.
February? Or
For December.
December? Okay.
I mean, if you think you'll be ready, yeah.
Well, can try.
If that's what
Okay.
you're the one that asked us to postpone it. I can live with postponing it to when you want us to postpone it.
Okay.
Does that, some more direction?
That's absolutely, we'll put it back on, if that's the consensus of the council, we'll put it on the December agenda.
Sure,
That would be
under
fine.
unfinished business.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
All right. And we'll do that. And thank everyone who came out. And all, yes, emails, the letters, the phone calls, everything that we've all received. We do read them. You may wonder, but yes, we do read all of those. All right, thank you. Let's take another 5-minute break.
come back to order, please?
Okay. Okay, our next item is not a public hearing. The public hearing was already conducted last month, and this is the conditional zoning for Providence Walk.
Thank you. As you mentioned, this was on our agenda at the last month's meeting, so I'm not going to go through, I was going to do a little refresher on background. It's late, everyone's tired. I want to point out some key things here that relate to the discussion from last month. So the connection to Strict Garden Lane, that was discussed at length. Based on the interpretation of our subdivision ordinance, we are requiring that the stub outs, the connections to the neighboring properties, be paved up to the property line, not into any other right-of-way that is yet to be paved. The city will still retain the right-of-way that comes off of Strict Garden Lane that goes towards this proposed Providence Walk. And we would retain the right to make that final connection from Strict Garden Lane to this paved stub out, but we don't have any intentions of doing that at this point. As the future developments come or don't come, as a need for that connection arises or does not arise, we would retain that ability. But as part of this approval, if this were approved and developed, this developer would only be paving up to their property line. I hope that makes sense. And then the same would go to the right-of-way that's going out the back of the property, that it was just a platted right-of-way that connects to a vacant parcel here. This would also be required to be paved, just like this would be required to be paved. Initially, this was just shown as a platted right-of-way. The impact of that is that that's where a lot of tree preservation was occurring on this site.
So if he doesn't go into Strict Garden, he then has to extend that one to the edge of the property?
Both are required, but this was already required per our subdivision ordinance, and I've got it.
Pave it?
Mm-hmm. So you got to think back about the public policy of connectivity that was put in place when that subdivision ordinance was adopted. And so you require people to stub out to their property line, and then the next, it's in your ordinance.
But where did we draw that from?
Because somebody made a decision and recommended that there be that level of connectivity in the city of Hendersonville. That's a choice.
So comprehensive plan goal and best practice.
That was back in that big whole rewrite that was done.
Yeah. Right. And
Part of
so
2 years ago.
Huntersville,
It's
Huntersville is 20 years past adopting that, and anyway, they've got total connectivity, but the idea is you stub up to your property line, the neighbor stubs up to their property line, and then there's connectivity. And so you're preparing it for that. You would have to change that in your subdivision ordinance if you don't like that.
So we can't just say, we're not going to do it?
Can we not do it for this one particular project?
No.
I mean, to me, it just doesn't seem to make sense to put a road right through a bunch of trees and there's nothing on the other side. And he is not even asking for that.
It's a subdivision ordinance requirement.
We're going down this.
And
go ahead, Lou.
So just to highlight, so I recognize that perhaps that the issue is that the subdivision ordinance requirement for connectivity is something that
We need to talk about.
need to talk about further. The subdivision ordinance currently requires the connectivity. The point of what basically the conversation that we had with legal team following this was, we can't require the connectivity beyond the property boundary, but our subdivision ordinance does require it to the property boundary. This would not result in the situation that we are dealing with Ocklawaha Village. So if you're going to require the connectivity, you're going to require the stub out right-of-way, you're going to go ahead and pave that road as a component of that subdivision, so that when the next property adjacent to it is developed, you don't have an unpaved right-of-way, which you can't do anything with, or Strict Garden Lane, Because otherwise, the only way that that happens is that the city incurs the cost to improve the road. So in
What if the
this
city's willing to incur that, though?
So it would, like, this is Angie's point, that would require a change to the subdivision ordinance, which would remove the connectivity goal that's in the subdivision ordinance.
And you've got conflicting interest here, right? You've got conflicting interest in protecting trees, but also the conflicting is moving traffic. We've had a lot of conversation about the amount of traffic on North Main. And if you don't require that connectivity, then if you have development further down, you have the ability to take traffic off of North Main because it can go through the subdivisions and get onto Signal Hill or Duncan Hill, excuse me. So you've got conflicting interest, and it's just going to be up to council to decide which interest is more important, because that's one of the fun things about planning is when you have conflicting interest, you've got to look at, the long-term goal. And if you don't do it when the development is built, then most likely it won't get done.
Right. So we can't say, yes, that is there, but it doesn't have to be completed until there is a connection, that it's on the next piece of property.
So if you did that, then who's going to be there to come back and make that connection later? The developer will be gone. The HOA, you're going to, you know what I mean? So
We fall on the city. You get the right-of-way, you have it just a right-of-way, and then if something's built there and you want the connectivity, then the city steps in and builds it.
You could do that, but keep in mind, if it's not there, the average citizen's not going to know that there's right-of-way there, and then the future council's going to have to deal with, when we want to build it, a future council's going to have the public in here upset that you're now you're putting a road through there. So it's an issue for our future council, but that's the negative.
I like that part.
There is, interestingly enough, Matt's pointing this out, there is a section standard in the subdivision ordinance which actually requires new street connections to be signed with future road connection signage, so that subdivisions developed under this ordinance would include not only the stub out, but a sign in the roadway indicating that that is a future road connection, with obviously the intent to try and
you could nail it to one of the trees.
Share the impact, the eventual impact.
Well, and so the other thing with that requirement, the city would take over the main, remember what I said, it doesn't become a city street until the city accepts it. And so if you stub it out, the city would accept it to the boundary, it's public to the boundary. Nothing else is required, and then you build a barricade or something right there, at the end, but then it's public right-of-way all the way to the edge.
Did I miss an email that told us that was going to be happening tonight? Because it's not drawn on there.
What?
Was there something that gave us notice that street was going to be extended when we talked about this tonight?
You asked staff to bring back information about the connectivity, and so when we went back and looked at the ordinance, because it wasn't done at the time for the other one, they weren't made to go ahead and make the connection, but the subdivision ordinance does require it to be done.
Right.
And so we're bringing you back that information.
Gotcha. But it was not drawn on that picture when we were given this presentation that this is now going to be a road they have to build.
We utilized the site plan that's submitted to us by the deadline for our submittals. The developers may work on iterations that change every day. If you look at our last item that was here, and we don't change it for clarity reasons, and we allow that developer to present what those changes might be, and then allow the conditions that are stated to then guide what we are going to look at in the final site plan approval. If we just keep trying to change and change and change, we're going to mess up. We're going to make a mistake somewhere.
It was shown as a right-of-way, though, right? It was shown as a
Shown
public...
as a right-of-way.
And so
clarity is-
for this, that's all that would be required. The actual construction piece wouldn't have even come up until it came for subdivision approval, for under the subdivision process. When they go to get their permits and stuff, they would have had to construct it at that time.
But when you ask us to clarify it, it brought it,
It did. So coming back with all that additional information that City Council asked, particularly with regard to Strict Garden Lane, but I think Matt's just wanting you to know that that's the same thing for all of them.
That's correct. So that is a key item that is an update from last month to this month. The other item is just a lot of discussion about North Main and a developer proposed condition. They have proposed to reduce the setbacks along the perimeter of the entire development from 30 along the non-right-of-way sides from 30 to 20. And then they also wanted to reduce this or to have a setback of 20 along North Main. Our subdivision ordinance requires that a double frontage lot on an expressway or boulevard have a 25-foot setback. In our suggested motion, we are suggesting that we apply that 25-foot setback due to North Main having the potential for future improvements. Our PRD section of the zoning code does allow for reservations for properties, for streets that are identified in our comprehensive transportation plan or that may need widening or improvement. And so with that, we would not suggest granting we would not, let me clarify, the PRD by itself would allow them to come all the way to 10 feet. This is an unusual situation with a double frontage. Zoning code requires 45 feet setback off a right-of-way unless parking is in the rear. In this case, the parking would be on the driveway on the interior street. If they provide parking in the rear, then it allows them to reduce that 45-foot setback to 10 feet. If we were to approve that, then we would be looking at a situation where a reservation or future widening of North Main along this segment could be proved difficult or even more costly. It's going to be costly.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, we suggested a 25-foot setback per guidance from the subdivision ordinance. The developer is proposing 20 feet. We don't have major opposition to 20 feet. We will be addressing the reservation as this goes before the planning board for plat approval.
We'll explain that.
So this subdivisions also then have a step where they go for preliminary plat approval to the planning board. And the planning board signs off on whether they meet the subdivision ordinance or not, the layout of the lots, the layout of the right-of-way. All that stuff gets approved in a preliminary plat. Once that preliminary plat is approved, they then go out and build the roads and make the utility connections and stormwater, put all that public infrastructure in, and then they bring us the plans that were done for that, the as-built for those. We review those and approve those, and then we approve a final plat. When they have a final plat, they can begin selling lots. So there's this whole other step, a series of steps that is happening. This is for the rezoning. This is kind of step one. After the zoning is put in place and a site plan is put in place, they then carry out these other steps that relate to the subdivision plats. So a reservation that would essentially keep structures out of getting too close to North Main, that would make it where if DOT came in to acquire property, they had to also buy up someone's structures, detached garage, a shed, or even a house possibly. That's going to drive up the cost for taxpayers for any kind of improvements along North Main. So that is, staff is just trying to draw attention to that. make sure that we're aware of that, and that we do intend for the plat to show a reservation on it. And that'll be approved, or that'll be reviewed and considered by the planning board.
I suppose one way to make sure that doesn't happen is just not have this row of houses right here. Then we know you could widen the road, no problem.
That much right-of-way would not necessarily would warrant the removal of that entire strip of houses from, I think the 20 feet, it's unclear in North Carolina exactly where the public right-of-way is. They have maintenance, right-of-way is from maintained area to maintained area.
It depends.
And what is shown on GIS is not always exactly accurate with what is in reality the DOT right-of-way. GIS is showing us that there's a 60-foot right-of-way along this stretch in North Main. And so with 60 feet, if you came another, that would be 30 feet out of center on this side. If you came another 20 feet out of center, you'd be at 50 feet. You'd be looking at a 100-foot right-of-way. That is plenty enough to do anything that would be needed. Turn lanes, widening lanes, multi-use paths on the side, boulevard, planting strips, everything.
So the 20-foot setback would be okay, is what you're saying? As it looks,
We are okay with that. The 25 would be a safer bet, and that's why we put that in the suggested
Are you
motion.
doing 25 or are we doing 20?
That's up
We can do
I
25.
say, but can it be done, is the builder okay with 25?
They have indicated to me that they are less inclined to accept the 25. That pushes us back. So if the developer doesn't agree, right, it's a condition, developer doesn't agree, they are okay with 20. And so with 20, we could, if that's the best that we could do, we would then work with that in getting the reservation put in place going into the planning board.
All right, hold on. Do you still need the reservation if you have the 25-foot in?
Yes.
Okay, I don't understand that, but I want you to explain it.
25 and 20, you still need the reservation.
It just means they'd show it as, on the plat as a feature.
So that somebody that buys that house
Yes, so
knows that they might lose their whole backyard,
Or part of
or
that.
front yard,
Could.
whatever. Yeah.
Could, not for sure, but could.
Right, but I mean, that way.
But they would get paid for it.
No, I know that, but they know buying the house.
They know going.
There is
It's on the
a-
plat.
There is a road planned for my backyard.
Potential, yes, that could
That's
happen.
what the reservation part
It
is.
does do that.
A new road.
An improved road.
No, I'm saying that's what a reservation means.
Yes.
Right, so the person buying it knows that the road may be widened in their backyard.
It could be a path, it could be a non,
Might not be
multimodal path.
pavement, but, yeah,
Okay, I'm fine to say, that's the purpose of the reservation.
correct,
Right, is to let a buyer know this may be built in your backyard.
No
correct.
surprise.
Right, yeah, I mean, that's.
Well,
a
and
good
you
thing.
can't build in the reserve
Yeah,
area.
I think we're good with the reservation.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine.
We're good.
We're good.
So whether it's 20 or 25, it's gonna be a reservation.
Yeah, that's good. That's all right.
Yeah, we got it.
Got it.
We're slow, but we're there.
I just have one question about this. I just find it hard to believe, lawyers are really good for catch-all phrases. You know, that in the subdivision ordinance, there's not anything in there that says, unless it's not in the public interest.
Well, the issue is, part of the issue is we're in a zoning conditional rezoning.
Right?
So the subdivision ordinance is not at issue when you're under a zoning issue. In other words, you're doing zoning things. So if this were in the zoning ordinance, then maybe, but it's a subdivision ordinance requirement. And I don't think you can, in a zoning hearing, waive a subdivision requirement.
What if you went ahead
They could
and
ask
passed-
for a variance, maybe, I'm sorry.
They can't ask for a variance.
Went ahead and passed it,
because they're not going to go out and just connect right out of the gate.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it just,
And then you guys come back to the drawing board and tweak your ordinance. Could they not then apply to not?
are you stopped because that ordinance they started under is the ordinance, and if you change the ordinance later, apply that? That's a law school question for you.
Okay, I've not done a lot of research on it, but off my initial response is that no, they wouldn't be stopped. They would get, there's something called permit choice. If the rules change while your development is still pending, you can choose whether to go with the new rules or the old rules. And so if the new rule was more beneficial, I think they could choose to go with the new rule.
Larry, yeah?
There's also a variance process for the subdivision ordinance, Board of Adjustments.
Well, I'll ask, what if we left the 25-foot in? Just leave, rather than 20, let's leave the 25-foot feet in, excuse me.
That's a question for the developer. Sorry to answer that question.
No, I got it. No, I'm talking to council.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your question?
Just leave the 25-foot buffer in place
Yeah.
I mean,
and not change it to 20. Just leave it.
Oh, I thought you were asking us the question. You're making.
No, I'm saying to you guys, what if we just leave the 25-foot buffer in place and not change it to 20?
Yeah.
I mean, this project, I said this in the last meeting we were talking about this project, it still raises all the same concerns that the last project we talked about raised. It's a cart before the horse thing. And like, I know land's going to be developed, but with how quickly we're developing and how many units we have coming in and how many units are coming down the pipeline, we really need to be looking at things from a bigger picture. And this discussion about the setback, while I think would be a non-negotiable for me, if it was going to be approved, it needs to be 25, because we all know that at some point that road's probably going to be widened, if we can, but it's probably going to be a ridiculous amount of money because there's so many properties and buildings that are already right up next to the road. It raises so many flags, and I think and I know that we've approved developments before that have more units in them, but that doesn't mean that we were right whenever we did it. This is now, and this is how many units we have coming in and how many are coming down the pipeline, and at some point, we have to stop and look at everything that's going on so that we can best mitigate things. Instead of being reactive, we need to be proactive.
So the developer does have a presentation. We did not talk through
Sorry.
your conditions. Recognizing that you've had a conversation about the developer proposed condition, I think that can come back to that. Obviously, the developer would have to kind of get on board with that anyhow, so give them the opportunity to.
Sure.
I'll be very brief. I'll cut out most of this, I think. This is our site plan. You've seen it before. My name is Michael Goforth. I'm with High Country Engineering. I'm the civil engineer on the project. I'll go quickly here. Okay. Here's our site plan. You've seen it before. Basic layout that we've talked about. I want to point out, you're hitting on a lot of, so we obviously don't have the road continued down here to the property line. If that's a requirement of the subdivision ordinance, we will work through that when we submit construction drawings. But I want to just point out that on this one particular, and I know it's maybe not something up for debate that y'all can decide, but I guess it's a little feedback or input. The next parcel down from us is nearly 20 acres, somewhere in that ballpark. Only 3.5 acres of that is outside of the 100-year floodplain. So that presents issues as it stands to develop a road down there or any type of development on that property. So us just cutting a road down there, I'm not sure meets the goals of the city for connectivity. I understand that it's then what potential is there to do it, but having a first phase developer, I guess, build a road. If we were to come in here to Strict Garden Lane, there's to build to the property line here. I know y'all are having to crick your necks. There's all kinds of things that have to be considered when you're just building a road through the countryside to get there. If it meets the development needs of the next parcel over, and if it's right in the right elevation, the curve, all those type things have to be kind of considered. And that's really challenging on this piece of property when you are abutting up to a property that's majority floodplain. So I'll move on here. Just a very typical lot layout. I don't want to read too much into this. Planning board asked us to push the houses back from the driveways as far as we can. Our plan is to do 1,500 to 1,700 square foot homes, 2-story homes, patios, things like that. We do have the request from planning board, just like the previous applicant that was before you, to stagger this garage and porch both along the frontage, which we will do. So this kind of just gives a typical lot layout here. So this is the rear setback on the northern boundary of the property, or the eastern property line, sorry. This is up against an unopened 20-foot right-of-way that's there already. We're not proposing to use that. It's just kind of a property, no man's land there. The adjacent property owners, some of them use it, some of them don't. But we are not proposing to count that as part of our setback, so we are asking for a 20-foot rear setback in that area. And then this is the one that we're obviously discussing now. This is North Main Street. There is a right-of-way that is platted, that's where we obtained our property line there, and that is the property line that is platted as part of that right-of-way that's referenced there. And so we are proposing a 20-foot setback on those lots as well, which either Matt has brought up a couple times, like if somebody were to build, I assume there's certain parts of your ordinance that allows people to build certain structures in the rear setback line. So an accessory, I don't know what all those are, and I'm timid to use certain words, but you have structures that are allowable to be built in those rear setback lines. So if the DOT were to come along and require to want to gain more land there to widen North Main Street, those structures would be there regardless if it's a 20 or a 25-foot setback, because they are allowed in your zoning ordinance as it stands right now. So that's where we feel that requesting this 20-foot setback allows us to have a bigger house footprint in there, but it doesn't prevent somebody from doing an allowable use inside that rear setback as your zoning ordinance stands now.
But the house wouldn't be there.
That's correct.
Right, so the house we wouldn't be having to tear somebody's house down.
That's correct.
If it's a reservation, it would prevent any structures going in there under the subdivision ordinance, I do believe. So that's a little bit of a difference.
Okay, all right.
If it's a reservation, you're right in the setback, but if it's a reservation, it's reserving, right?
Reservation is the first time I've heard that word tonight in context of this project, so
Okay.
I'm not sure how that's defined in y'all's.
I mean, that'll be a subdivision issue, but I'm just saying that is a difference.
So I think that's about all I have. And the connection here to Oklahoma, Strict Garden Lane. Sorry, it's late. I know y'all are ready to go home. You don't need to see me stumble through that. We've removed it, and we will, if the subdivision ordinance requires us to build the road to the property line, we'll build the road to the property line. But we've removed that, as we heard from many of the neighbors. We've met with the neighbors, talked to the neighbors about that. We've got a signed petition that they don't want it. So, but it sounds like that's been taken off the table as part of this project. And that's about all I have. Travis, do you have anything?
Sure. I'm Travis Fowler. I'm the developer for the property. I think we spent quite a bit of time talking with the folks over on Strict Garden Lane. I think we've met the majority of their requests, and you guys all have a copy of that signed petition. My concern, so I also don't really agree with creating or paving a road to nowhere. What happens with that road on Friday night? I mean, that's a pretty long strip of asphalt through a relatively large stand of trees, I'm not sure that's a great place to do it, but I think there is a way to handle it. Matthew has proposed that we use a Board of Adjustments variance to handle that if we can show that there's sufficient reason why that road wouldn't go anywhere. Michael just pointed out the fact that it goes to the floodplain. So we're not trying to say that the subdivision ordinance shouldn't be abided by. If there is a way to connect to adjacent property behind us, then it certainly makes sense. But if it's not going to help with traffic control, I don't think there's reason to have it. There doesn't seem to be, in my opinion, and never was, in my opinion, a way to connect to Strict Garden Lane other than for sanitary sewer connection. That's the reason that's there. And I have some feelings about why that was originally platted there. I wasn't part of the discussion about the connection there, but folks living on Strict Garden Lane, in meetings with them face-to-face in their cul-de-sac, watching their kids running up and down the street, we understand their concern, and we joined them in an effort to sign the petition to limit that road connection. Hopefully, it's never going to be a paved vehicular road connection. In my opinion, it does make sense to make it a walking path connection. They've asked that we not do that, so I honor their petition to do that. The reason we ask for 20-foot variance is to allow for a larger house. Bottom line, that's the only reason. It allows us to build a larger footprint for the house. It also allows us to have a little bit higher density in the subdivision, which brings the individual cost of each house down. So I'm not going to use the word affordable. I'm just going to say it's less expensive, right? So I can answer questions if you have any of me, and if not, it is late. No? All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Can I ask you a question? So, based upon what we said a moment ago, if next meeting, we came back and changed the subdivision, if we were to approve this tonight, and next meeting, we came back and changed the subdivision ordinance that would allow them to not build that road, they could choose not to build that road, even if we approve this tonight.
I believe that's to be the case. I believe that to be the case, yes.
Okay?
Because, yes, but under the new permit choice rules, but I would want to verify that, but that's what I believe to be the case, yes.
Could they not just go, like you said, to the Board of Adjustment?
Yeah. They can
Try that
always
route?
ask-
I'm just looking for fail-safes to make sure.
But you couldn't do that next meeting, right? You've got to, there's a process that has to go through. It's got to go to the planning board, you got to, any amendment.
Change the subdivision ordinance.
Yeah. All right.
I see what you're saying.
Let's just encourage, well, never mind.
And I suppose if they just didn't build it,
They wouldn't get their final plat approved, they wouldn't be able to sell any lots.
okay?
Unless they get the variance. And, I mean, if.
Right, and that's what the Board of Adjustments for.
Yes.
And go to the Board of Adjustments.
Are we allowed to write a letter to the Board of Adjustment?
No, so here,
That's why I did that.
if city council doesn't want the connectivity, we need to amend the subdivision so there's no question. Because it's never good practice to send people to the Board of Adjustment. Board of is for worst case, no other option. So if the city council doesn't want the connectivity.
But do you not want it ever? Can you not come up with something like Jerry said that?
Well, I
option?
think if you want to give the council, give council options, I think we bring and make it a policy decision. I think I'm hearing there should be a policy decision, not a.
So.
Automatic.
You're opening a bunch, it's way late, but bottom line is we can't make that happen by next meeting.
Okay.
So
But-
variance
and-
may be the only option for this particular developer between now and the time they get their plat approved.
Right, but John makes a really good point, which is, if you're going to the Board of Adjustment and asking for a variance, and the plat, or the ordinance says, thou shalt build this road, it's very hard to get that variance, I believe is what you're trying to say.
No, he's just saying, don't want to make a habit.
Yes, that's right,
Okay.
that's what he's saying.
Let's just not just throw everybody.
I understand, it's a risk.
Yeah. And I think if it's clear the council doesn't want it in there, we need to change it.
So it seems to me we need to start that process ASAP.
So this is a conversation we've been having with the planning board too. Like, staff's responsibility is to enforce the ordinance.
That's right.
We very specifically have no other charge, right? You don't want bureaucrats making up things. You want them enforcing the ordinance that you have on the books. So when we don't like things that are in the developments that we may be seeing, it is key that we begin to review those ordinances and really chew through them. And so, I'm hearing very clear direction that there is a concern about subdivision ordinance connectivity requirements. That is something that we can absolutely begin to look at and come up with a couple of potential solutions, pathways forward, whether that's some additional flexibility. This is a planning board reviewed item. Maybe that the planning board has some authority. You can give administrative authority for assessment, but it has to be very specifically defined, as Angie will tell you. And I don't think you would want it based on connectivity. So it's going to still end up being something that's very specific in terms of when you are requiring it and when you're not. But it's a larger element of when we don't like the way the zone, when we don't like what the zoning or the subdivision ordinance is producing, the primary way that staff can assist in fixing that is by changing the subdivision or the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Well, I'll say that I agree that it's probably too dense. It is too dense. However, I also feel like, and I don't know to bring in legalities, but I really didn't raise that at last meeting, and I probably should have. And I certainly know after this development that, as a council member, my eyes will be much more focused on exactly well, they're focused there now, but exactly what Lindsay said, which is we must step back and look at what we're doing with 1,300 things already in the hopper, and this adds 90 more.
And that's still 800 short from what the housing assistants told us that we needed right now.
Oh, I know, but the problem is none of these are affordable and workforce housing. This would be a stretch at the 120% mark. So this will be a stretch at that mark.
Someone like to start us off with a motion?
Question,
Oh, yes.
20 or 25?
I prefer 25.
Is it doable at 25? Makes it small.
It's going to increase the price of the houses.
I would like, either way, there's nothing going to be, the houses aren't going to be built on that extra 5 feet. I think we try to give them a bigger house, is where I'm going with it. So I'm going to go with the 20 and see where it all lands, if I can get through this
Can
reading.
we put the reservation in, can you put the reservation in? I mean, I don't know why I'm
It goes automatically, doesn't it?
The reservation piece will be part of the subdivision.
Okay.
Review.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
let's say we don't have, that has to happen.
Talked about a lot of things.
So I'll just real quickly read from the zoning code, under section 514, 6.2, second paragraph. The planning board or city council, as the case may be, shall require reservations of rights of way as well as increased setbacks for roads identified in the comprehensive transportation plan, including existing roads to be widened as well as corridors of new roads. So,
Okay,
planning board or city council.
I thought it was in the, I was relying on what you said about it being in the subdivision ordinance.
So what are you telling me? Do I need to plug in
The word reservation,
where?
20-foot.
Permit the rear setback to equal 20 feet for all single-family residential lots regardless of blah, blah, blah.
And that it be reserved for future.
Roadway expansion.
Roadway expansion, right.
I'm not sure that has to be a condition, right? Council has the authority to require that. So.
I think all Matt was saying was, I was saying that it was subdivision, so they didn't have authority. He's saying they do have authority, so if they want to include it, they can include it. The developer does not have to agree to it. And then, but if the developer doesn't agree to the conditions, it won't be effective.
Shoot me.
Or could go to Board of Adjustment.
So
Not for the reservation.
the way conditional zoning
Not for
works
that.
is that if you make a motion and you vote for these conditions and the developer doesn't agree, until the developer agrees to the conditions in writing, the zoning is not effective. It's under conditional zoning. If you leave it at, the variance piece was to build the stub out or not, is what that variance was on, right?
But we're not, we're going with the
20
stub
foot.
out that's already here. What I'm asking about is in this developer proposed 20-foot, the reservation goes with the 20-foot.
It
Is
does.
that automatically in there? Or do I have to plug that in somewhere in this?
You would have to plug it in if you want it to be a requirement.
Where? That's what I'm asking.
I think I'll add the wording to say the developer would, so there is the wording that you have before you, the point that says the single-family lots around the exterior of the parcel have a 20-foot wide setback. And then another proposed condition that the developer would have is that a 20-foot reservation be made on the parcels that have their back or rear setback towards North Main Street.
Right here, change that to 20. And that will be a result, that's it.
And leave that there? Okay.
Does that make sense, Mr. Miller?
I hope so. I'm going to try this. I move that City Council adopt an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject properties parcel number 95698577172, 95698349118, 95698533434, 95698513998, and 95698533178 from R20 low-density residential to PCD-CZD, planned commercial development CZD to PRD-CZD, planned residential development conditional zoning district, based on the site plan submitted by the applicant, subject to the following. Permitted uses shall, residential dwelling, single-family conditions that shall be satisfied prior to the final site plan approval include city-initiated, required development project to comply with section 15-4 of the zoning ordinance for preservation of existing trees, require all new tree planting to be a minimum of 2-inch caliber. The developer will work with staff to recess the garages and create longer driveways in accordance with the comp plan, chapter 2, population and housing for walkable neighborhoods. Easternmost access of North Main Street point will be the right in, right out only. Westernmost main entrance on North Main will include a deceleration lane. Developer proposed. Good luck. Permit the rear setback to equal 20 feet for all single-family residential lots regardless of adjacent property uses or zoning, with the exception of those fronting North Main Street, which will retain a 20-foot rear setback per the city subdivision ordinance that is reserved. Finding that the rezoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan's future land use map and that the rezoning is reasonable in the public interest, the following reasons: the location of the proposed planned residential development is in keeping with surrounding land uses, Chapter 8, LU-6.1. Single-family detached is a primary use land use and development chapter. Chapter 8-LU-6.2, the proposed density of development, 4.6 units per acre, is in line with the land use and development chapter guidance, 2 through 8 units an acre. Chapter 9, LU-6.4, the development's been laid out to minimize the impact on environmental sensitive resources on the site to prevent existing vegetation, preserve existing vegetation. Chapter 3-NR-2.1.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I don't want to muddy the water, but I will say I think there is a possible out in the subdivision ordinance for that street, and this comes from Brent Detweiler. There's a section in the subdivision ordinance that says the arrangements of streets and development shall provide for the alignment and continuation of existing or proposed streets into adjoining lands in those cases in which adjoining lands are undeveloped and deemed appropriate by the DRC. So the DRC has some authority for future development or in which the adjoining lands are developed and include opportunities for such connection. So we'll look at that as it relates to your subdivision questions. I'll just point that out so that it may already be there.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Not, those in favor of approving this conditional zoning district, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, from what I can hear, the vote was 3-2. And the motion does carry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the development can go ahead. Thank you.
You better go home. Oh, goodness. 2 quick things, we're ready to go. I'm gonna have to go pee again.
Okay, we do need to move on,
Yeah,
so
I
if you
gotta go to work
could
tomorrow
leave
morning.
quietly, please, if you don't plan to stay. New business, lease of space to Thomas H. Thompson Emergency Services Center to provide temporary housing for fire department personnel and equipment during construction of Fire Station 1. Chief Miller?
Can we just
Actually,
move?
No, you're
Yeah,
doing
I'll be
that? Okay.
quick. We do have a resolution in there accepting a lease with Henderson County to utilize the Thompson facility for temporary housing as we construct a new fire station. I just wanted to point out that it is cooperation between us and the county. They're not charging us a lease. We thank them very much for charging us lease payments. We'll have to make some minor adjustments there, but we put this before you for your approval of the lease.
We good?
Any questions? Discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council adopt the resolution to approve lease of space. That's what it says, to provide temporary facilities for the Hendersonville Fire Department as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not, those in favor of adopting the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. All right. Another step forward. Thank you. Next, creation of staff attorney position.
Mayor Volt, members of City Council, we have an open paralegal position, and we have discussed it among staff, and we would make a recommendation that we convert that position to a staff attorney to help with all the legal work that we have, and that's all that needs to be said unless you have any questions.
Questions?
Madam Mayor, I move City Council create a staff attorney position in pay grade 24 of the City of Hendersonville pay and classification schedule.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of creating the staff attorney position say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it. Okay. We do have one appointment that we really should make tonight.
Mayor Volt, members of City Council, we do need to make an appointment to the Henderson County Rails to Trail Advisory Committee. It is staff's recommendation. obviously defer to city council that we appoint city engineer Brett Detweiler to that position based on his expertise and the fact that he is a citizen of Henderson County.
Okay. Yeah, the letter from Chairman Lapsley is that they requested a non-elected official. So.
Who is from Henderson County, they also requested that too.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Someone like to?
Madam Mayor, I move City Council appoint Brett Detweiler to the Henderson County Rail to Trail Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you. Are there further nominations? No, those in favor of appointing Brent Detweiler to the Rails to Trails Committee, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. All right. Comments?
Congratulations, Mayor, on reelection, Jerry, reelection. Thank you. Deb, on being elected, I get to, after the night, you may go home and go, what have I done? But I also like to congratulate Preston Blakely,
Yes.
Who was our intern and now is going to be the mayor of Fletcher. John, you did real well with him, so you taught him well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else anyone wants to bring up tonight? City manager report, anything you want to add?
No report.
Okay, we are have no closed session. We are at the end of our agenda, so we are adjourned.
I was going to say happy Thanksgiving, but I want to see everybody.